We are children of faith. We say something, we stick with it until it is done. I have noticed that Nigerians, we have moved on politically. We have moved on. We have accepted what has become. On one side of our mouth, we say we did not want Muslim tickets. We shouted it, oh, we jumped, oh, we said everything, we don't want Muslim ticket. And then on another side of our mouth, we have accepted it and we are going on. So I came to say, no, we can't accept it. This government is still Muslim. It's still Muslim. And you cannot accept it. That is not faith. Faith is to say one thing and stand with it. And stand to the end. We have not reached the end. We have not reached the end. And so some of you have just collected it. You are even happy to be, you are wishing that somebody you know will be made ministers. Ministers over what? Ministers over illegality. Ministers over illegality. You saw how these people became, they won, quote and unquote. They didn't win. You saw how, while the thing was being tallied, they had announced, and they said, go to court. So we are in court. Why have you passed? Why have you stopped saying the same thing? Why are we not standing and saying, no, contrary to evidence, we will stand. Contrary to what is being done, we stand on what we believe. The prophecy was that there will be a new Nigeria. There will be a new Nigeria. We heard the prophecy of Pa Elton. We listened to the prophecy of Panam. We listened to the prophecy of Chintok. All sorts of prophecies, strong prophecies that you knew were from God, that there was going to be a new Nigeria. Is there a new Nigeria now? Is there a new Nigeria now? Is what we are seeing what we prayed for? No, this is not what we ordered for. So the fact that you have stopped praying, the fact that you have stopped praying amazes me. The fact that you have stopped confessing amazes me. Abraham believed to the end. Even as his body was dying, he believed. So they have brought out ministers, they are doing, I still don't believe. I refuse to accept it. I will not accept it. Because that is not what we prayed for. That is not what they promised us. They promised that the result was going to be done a certain way. It came out a certain way. They promised that the result was the National Assembly came out, and then the presidential was cut off. And Christians have accepted it. They are clapping. They are going on as if it's okay. If Muslim ticket was wrong yesterday, it cannot be right today. It will not be right tomorrow. It will not be right tomorrow. If we did not, why will you accept it? He said, but Pastor, we're afraid. Afraid of what? Is our country. Everybody has a right to live here. It's our country. And Africa is rising. Yeah. Africa is rising. This madness must stop. This madness must stop. In all the Francophone speaking countries, everything they have, they must send 85% of it to France. Their bank is in France. And if they need anything, they will borrow 20% of what they gave to France and borrow it at commercial bank rates. Yes. The whole of France is lit up. They have electricity from Niger. But Niger, 80% of them are in darkness. And we should just accept it that that's democracy. What kind of democracy is that? Africa is rising. This madness must stop. This madness must stop. What is this? The same old people. Look at the ministers. And we are okay with it as long as one of our person is there. It's not about one of our person. It's the fact that right must be right. We must do the right thing. This kind of governance cannot continue. It will not continue. So we stand rejecting this government. We reject it. We reject the Muslim government. We reject it. I reject it. Mutuwadung, the death is once. What is this? I'm surprised that Christians have accepted this. We're going on. I don't see resistance. I don't see us saying, no, we reject this. And everybody is quiet. Oh, I refuse to be quiet. I refuse to be quiet. This is wrong. It was wrong yesterday to be wrong tomorrow. As long as it's Muslim ticket. It is not right. You say, but let's just say, you know, the politicians have studied us. They know us. They will just make noise. They will just make noise. After a while, they will accept it. If we just, I'm sure they are telling us themselves, let's just hold on. Let's just hold on. They will give up. I pray that this generation doesn't give up. I pray that the young men will rise up in this country and speak the truth. We must not accept this. Don't tell me that they won. What did they win? How did they win? There was no winning. They took it, they grabbed it, and they ran with it. And when somebody takes it and runs, you run after it and collect it. What is that? They took it, they grabbed it, we will collect it back. You say, Pastor, what can we do? We can pray. It's prayer. All I'm doing now is praying. It's just that I needed to just wait. That's why I'm speaking. I thought I wouldn't say anything again. But we are praying every day. Every day I put my knees on the ground and I say, Father, this government we reject it. He said it has never been done. There is always a beginning. There's nothing God cannot do. There's nothing prayer will not change. Our God is a God of justice. Our God is a God of justice.
Wide strike. If the current price of petrol increases, Joe Ajero, the president of the NLC, made the statement at the African Trade Union Alliance meeting in Abuja over the weekend. All marketers hinted that the pump price of petrol would rise to over 700 naira per litre if the naira continues to depreciate against the dollar, especially at the parallel market. NNPC, on the other hand, in a tweet on Monday, debunked the claims of increasing their PMS pump prices as widely speculated. Well, here is their tweet on X. Dear esteemed customers, we at NNPC Retail value your patronage, and we do not have the intention to increase our PMS pump prices as widely speculated. Please buy the best quality products at the most affordable prices at our NNPC retail stations nationwide. Ayo, I'm sure you know that this is a big topic because everyone would say, why is it that they are always coming out with these statements? And I mean, are they the ones that are determining the prices now? No, I thought that they said it was market forces. I mean, how is it that they are...
That's why I said that they are all filling stations.
I mean, how is that possible? But also the fact that NLC is also threatening the strike. Let me take some reactions on that. This is from Crypto, who wrote, fuel hike. Did NLC go on strike on the earlier fuel hike? The answer is no. And will they carry out their threat to go on strike if fuel prices hiked again? Yet again, the answer is no. Well, Blue Blood wrote, Labour leaders should stop deceiving themselves with strike or no strike. If fuel price goes up, they should rather negotiate good palliatives for Nigerians, especially workers. PMS price is no longer in the hands of the federal government because there is no subsidy again on it. I mean, Ayo. And his deputy, Philip Shuaibu, widened over the weekend after Obaseki accused Shuaibu of manipulating the election of the National Youth Council of Nigeria in the state to further his governorship ambition. The governor made the claims during the celebration of the International Youth Day in Benin City. Godwin Obaseki had earlier alleged that his deputy hatched a plan to kick him out of office. Shuaibu, on the other hand, accused the governor of preventing him from performing his constitutional duties and filed a suit at the Federal High Court in Abuja to prevent an alleged impeachment plot against him. Last week, while addressing stakeholders, Obaseki claimed that Shuaibu had become so desperate to succeed him ahead of the Edo governorship election in 2024.
My deputy called a leader in APC, telling that leader that during the elections the next day of the leadership, particular speaker of the House of Assembly, that he has 5 members who are loyal to him and that he would like the 7 members of APC to work with the 5 members of PDP to produce a speaker. The deputy governor had become so desperate to take over that he would do anything, including carrying out a coup against his governor. How can you say you are loyal and you don't do that sort of a thing?
All right, Rufai, over to you.
Dear Governor Obaseki and Deputy Governor Shuaibu, both of you should please spare us. Spare us your internal struggles. When you were together, when you were in hot romance, when both of you were doing love in Tokyo, you see Deputy Governor Shuaibu say, oh, my Governor Obaseki is the best man ever. Oh, very lovely governor. Now, because of power, You can see what's going on. And that's why I asked Mr. Don Pedro Obaseki a question I couldn't answer. I said, see, what was the promise made to Mr. Shuaibu? When Mr. Shuaibu was going to go up against Adams Oshiomhole, the man that brought him to be deputy governor in the first place, you know, he had just won an election to the Federal House of Rep before, and Mr. Oshiomhole said, okay, come and be deputy governor. What were the promises that were made to Mr. Shuaibu that made him hold on so strong to Obaseki and take the risk? Politicians will never tell you when they make all sorts of promises to each other. But when everything goes awry, they come back and start to tell us how to look for public sympathy. In this case, both of them are as guilty as charged. One has finished his tenure and looks and says, okay, this man that was my ride and die before might not be fit for purpose again. That one says, no, I went through the fire with you. We did it together. You remember the days of 4 plus 4, 4 plus 4, you can see the way it ended now. And I think Nigerians should see this as an instructive note.
It's a big lesson. It's a big
lesson. Do not take these politicians seriously. They are always there for their own benefits. The day it fits them, they'll come together. The day it doesn't fit them, they'll go apart. But I will not be surprised if the deputy governor and all of this in the quest for power reconciles with Mr. Oshiomhole. And they move things on. But Nigerians should be careful, because in this game of chess these politicians play, we are always the pawn. Right. They'll use us today, they'll give us sweet rhetorics, we'll lap it up like a lap dog, and we vote for them again. When is it going to be about us, the people? You can see them, both of them. Number 4. Well, number 4.
Well,
you see them?
The trust there is
You
gone.
see them?
Absolutely. All right, then we'll take another story.
My senatorial election, Philip Shuaibu go my petrol station, go arrest 2 of my trucks. We park for the side of my petrol station. MM na Federal Road for Benin. He go there, go arrest 2 of my trucks. As I hear, now I rush, go there. Before I reach there, they say don't go out. We did church on the Sunday, now I go there. Me and my wife and my little baby, come go Philip house, go meet him for house. I asked and said, my friend, deputy governor, call him my friend. What happened? I hear say you go my station for MMA, go arrest my trucks. He said that they park for right of way. I say, even me, ICC, they opposite me. My trucks over for the past 5 years never parked for by the side of ICC there. Where my truck parked on the side of my petrol station, and it not there right of way at all. What happened? And because of politics, they do this one. And he say he won't do work as deputy governor. Now we start to beg. We almost put knees for ground to beg him. I asked whether the wife their house, but she was not ready to see us. My wife, they cried, they beg. My little baby, 7 years old baby, they cried, they beg. They make it, I beg, Philip, me and Benin man, it's not good. Maybe you come, they try to truncate my business. And this business, now we think they employ jobs. And this business, now they give Edo people opportunity, food for tables for many families for Edo. He say, I say no problem. I say no get problem. Saying go release that the following day. The following day, I call Philip. He not pick my call. 5 days later, I call her. He not pick my call. I call the wife over 50 missed calls. She not pick my call. This time woman will be say anytime I call the second lady. Before now, if I call her, she go call me back if she see my missed call. But she not be pick my call again. I come to look for people who will help me beg her. At the end of the day, Philip collected 6 million naira from me. Say my truck parked for right of way. I tell her, I said, my truck not parked for any right of way. My truck now by the side of my petrol station, I park. Why you they win shunt me? Is it because say we they do the same business together? This oil and gas.
Let's move on. Thank you very much, my people. Let's listen to this.
Regional bloc ECOWAS has condemned the push by Niger's military junta to bring treason charges against ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. The bloc says the move represents yet another form of provocation and contradicts the willingness of the military to restore constitutional order through peaceful means. On its part, the U.S. State Department expressed its dismay that the Niger leader had been charged, with spokesperson Vedant Patel describing the charges as, and I quote, completely unwarranted and unjustified, end of quote. The junta took power about 3 weeks ago, keeping Bazoum in detention in the process. In a statement read out on national television, the army spokesman said they'd been gathering evidence against the deposed leader and what they claimed were his local and foreign collaborators.
En tout état de cause, le gouvernement nigérien a réuni...
In any event, the government of Niger has to date gathered the necessary evidence to prosecute before the competent national and international authorities the ousted president and his local and foreign accomplices for high treason and undermining the internal and external security of Niger, following his exchanges with the nationals of foreign heads of state and heads of international organizations.
Des chefs d'État étrangers et des responsables d'organisations.
Meanwhile, the Africa Union's Peace and Security Council has met to discuss updates on the situation in Niger and efforts to address it. The meeting took...
Show me love, go to biza biza. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan akanbi. I don't get to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. I don't get to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, oh, I go show you love. Kama bara walo ninu ife kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o. Ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí. Sábàmẹ́là. Anybody? Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti finishi. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for your time with us. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you. We're back again now. I would like people to be on the screen before we take on some articles that I have here before we start talking. But I would like to start with the billboard first. But before that, we have a new person with us right here, Ronke Station. Ronke Station, please tell us where you join us from, please. Ronke Station, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, good evening to you, madam. Thank you very much. It's your first time on the panel, right?
Oh, I don't know how to get the other... I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. We can hear you.
done this before.
Thank you. But can you hear me?
Okay. I think I have both of the speakers. I don't know how to turn the other speaker off.
Yeah, you need to turn where you're watching me from. Turn that completely off.
Yeah, I can hear you, but I have both of the speakers. It's coming from the same place. I might have to turn it to a different one.
Okay. Do you want to come back again? I don't know.
Yeah, let me retest it.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
I got to change the speaker where it's on.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, guys. What will happen now? Let me quickly take on this article first before I accept everybody in. Please understand with us. You know, I just want to concentrate to take on these articles. So I'll come back to everybody shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me take on this advertisement, which Tinubu have asked the advertising company in Nigeria to remove all the billboard, you know, where, you know, because some obedient have donated some money for billboards, to erect billboards in different states, most especially in Abuja, you know, to make sure the judiciary knows that all eyes on them. But what happened right now is that, let's take this together quickly. Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria, ARCON, suspends top officials over all eyes on judiciary billboard. Okay, let's take this. In the wake of the federal government dissolution of the Secretariat of the Advertising Standard Panel, ASP, due to the approval of billboard deemed as blackmail against the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria has taken action to suspend two high-ranking officials responsible for approving the controversial all eyes on judiciary billboard advertisement in Abuja. But why? Why? I don't understand. Is anything wrong with the word all eyes on judiciary? Is it disrespectful? I don't know. Maybe somebody should educate me once I allow my people into the panel. Is it disrespectful? I don't get it. You know? Meanwhile, let me move on. So there are more. Dr. Olalekan Fadolapo, the Director General of ARCON, confirmed the suspension in an official statement. The official facing suspension are the Director and Deputy Director of Regulations within the Council. They went on. Fadolapo emphasized that the advertisement is viewed as an act of blackmail directed at the Nigerian judiciary, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, and specifically the esteemed justice of the tribunal. These justices are entrusted with the impartial execution of their judicial duties, regardless of the fear or favor, especially in matters that are currently under legal consideration. The statement further reads, unquote, the council will establish a committee to investigate the circumstances that led to the erroneous approval of one of the advertisement concepts and the breach of VENTI guidelines. As a result, the Director and Deputy Director of Regulations have been placed under suspension. This step aims to ensure an impartial investigation into the matter. Additionally, the Advertising Standard Panel, ASP, Secretariat have failed to diligently fulfill its role as the guardian of advertisement and marketing communications will be dissolved. Okay, they went on by saying this development underscores the gravity of situation, reflecting ARCON's commitment to maintaining the integrity and ethical standard of advertising and related activities within the industry. Okay, my people, ladies and gentlemen, top people have been suspended for a possible sacking because they approve all eyes on judiciary in Abuja. That is crazy. To be honest, that is crazy. You see, this is dictatorship. To be honest, this is dictatorship. I don't know. Is that disrespectful? Is the word all eyes on judiciary? I don't know. Do we have a section on our constitution, you know, where it talks, say that particular word all eyes on judiciary is disrespectful? To be honest, I'm a bit confused right now. I don't know. Meanwhile, I would like to quickly, please, guys, I know you guys are there. Please just hold on. I'll accept you in shortly. You know, let me take another 1 moment article quickly. Let me take another article quickly so we can take all this together. One moment, my people. Yeah, I just want to put myself right there. I have another article here. Okay, another one again that happened today, which is part of our title, you know, is Asari's Tokumbo have been suspended, or rather sacked, or is this, should I use the word sack? No, ban, sorry, ban or forbidden from ever coming to Aso Rock. You know, so Leadership newspaper actually published this today, but they deleted it later on. I don't know why, but another newspaper carried it. But Leadership newspaper, other people already have them. So Leadership is a mainstream media. So why it was deleted, I don't know. But we'll talk about that shortly. But meanwhile, let me quickly take on this here. Yes, Madanena, I don't see you. So when it's time to accept you, I'll accept you as well. Thank you. You know, but meanwhile, Ebo, I have some new people right here. Ebo Karibo, please on your camera. I want to know who is behind there. Ebo Karibo, please on your camera. This person have not joined the panel before. I can't hear you. Are you speaking? Let me see. You are not on the panel, just on your camera. On your camera, let me see who is behind that name. Okay, I'll see you right now. Yes, I just wanted to be sure. Please talk to us. Is it your first time on this panel?
Yes, I've been following up, but this is the first time I'm joining. But I've been watching.
Okay, wonderful, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I needed to be sure who is joining us. Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
come back to you, sir. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. All right, guys. I have to put him on backstage for now. Everybody's still on backstage. Let me quickly take this one right here. Okay, as you all can see here, there is a strong indication that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has barred all ex-Niger Delta militant leadership from visiting him in the presidential villa. Okay, leadership, according to their headline this morning, Asari Dokubo Tinubu bars Delta ex-agitator from Aso Rock, latest news. But let's move on from here to see more right here. Already, leadership learned that requests for courtesy visit by notable militant leaders and ethnic militias from the oil-rich region to Tinubu in the villa have lately been disapproved by the presidency. It was gathered that the decision was taken in the aftermath of the visit to Tinubu by the leader of the defunct Niger Delta People Volunteer Force, NDPVF, Alhaji Musa, whatever, Asari Dokubo, on June 16 this year. Okay, now there are two be that. So let's move on. Let me take what they have here. Okay, Asari Dokubo, a die-hard and staunchest supporter of Tinubu, backed and supported the president in the run-up to the 2023 presidential election. It was gathered that Tinubu, in ordering the action, was disturbed by public utterances and action of Asari Dokubo in the aftermath of his visit to him days after he assumed the mantle of leadership of the country. All right, okay. NLC threatened to strike, which we've played the video already. So the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC has threatened to embark on strike again. Remember the other day, the strike was going on well, the protest or whatever was going on well. But I don't know whether they put something for Marty, talk to them for the House of Representatives. These guys call off all the nation-wide strike. Now, they want to start again. Like I said, these people, they play with us, to be honest. But meanwhile, I wanted to quickly take this one here. I believe I still have one more. While as Fani Kayode, yes, Fani Kayode, his statement, say this guy is good in insulting the Oyibo people and insulting anybody at all that is speaking against, I don't know, anything to do with them. But I would like to take this one here quickly together. Bear with me, guys. Let me put this on screen. I'm just trying to put this on screen so that we can take it together. One moment. Okay, it's not coming up. Okay, yeah, I was doing the wrong thing. I think it's this way. Okay, let me just put in the CM. I don't see you. I don't see many of you. Just bear with me, my people. Bear with me if I start accepting people in because for me, multitasking right here is a bit okay. Let me put this on screen. There's a lot to do at the same time. I don't know. One moment, my people. Let me do this. I'm just trying to see how I can. I don't know what's happening. I'm trying to put this on screen, but it's not working. Okay, yeah, I think I got it now. Sorry, guys. I guess everybody can see the headline right there. Okay, good. Okay, Fani Kayode slams former UK Parliament member over comment on Tinubu. So I'd like to read what you have to say right there quickly. So this guy, they go left or right. Sometimes it's difficult to understand him. Okay, Fani Kayode, okay, let's take this one here. I might not take all of them. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani Kayode has hit out at the former member of the UK Parliament, Josh Galloway, following some comment he made about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Galloway recently said that he started to look into the past of the Economic Community of West Africa ECOWAS chairman Tinubu, and he did not realize that Nigeria's president was an alleged drug dealer in the United States. Unquote, with the in talk, can say, and the election that brought him to power is still being credibly contested as fraudulent. The former UK Parliament member stated. Fani Kayode on Tuesday said Galloway was one of these sanctimonious, self-seeking, self-serving, self-righteous, self-obsessed, and narcissistic white boys being disrespectful to Nigeria and its leaders. I see the name we call them. And of course, these are my words and thoughts, and I speak only for myself. Someone's please tell this old fat called Josh not to bite off more than he can chew. Fani Kayode tweeted. Then he went on by saying, Fani Kayode added that he can bear such insult and words from a Nigerian without responding, but not from a foreign leader. The stereotyping of our leaders as being fraudulent, corrupt drug dealers, and God knows what else, coupled with the unusual, arsenic, and pure mispresentation and stereotyping is not something that we sit by silently and take from foreigners, particularly when they are from the West. Fani Kayode said. He said, okay, I'll leave it like that because, to be honest, this word, try more and go, he tweeted this thing, was full with insults. I don't really want to take it, but the headline is enough for us because anybody want to contribute to that particular one right there. Thank you very much, my people. Let me see if we still have one more to go. Okay, we are done right now, I guess. Yep, we are done. You see, today I think we were fast, right? We are still not fast though. But let me start accepting people in. Madam Patricia, thank you very much for joining us. Good evening to you, madam. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everyone. I know you are doing good, Mr. Elvis.
Yes, I'm good.
Thank God. I mean, I want to apologize for how many days now. I've been like, I just come in and I'm.
No. That's fine.
So
it's understandable. That's fine.
Forgive me.
Thank you very much. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. All right. Ronke Station. I guess you are good now, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, you're good. Yes,
Okay,
you are
good.
good. Perfectly.
Okay.
Please, where are you joining us from? It's your first time on the panel.
It's my first time on the panel. I'm in the U.S. I'm in Grand Prairie, which is Dallas, Texas.
Oh, wonderful. But I guess you'll be following us for a while, right?
Just for a little bit. I've been liking what you've been saying.
Oh,
but anytime I see Nigerians, I love to be able to watch. So I'm excited to see.
Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. I'll come back. I'll prioritize you to speak first. Okay. I'll come back to you. Thank you very much. All right. Ebo, thank you very much. It's your first time as well on the panel, right? Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening.
All right. Where are you joining us from?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, okay. America, my America people. Okay. No, it's good to have you on the panel, sir. I'll come back to you shortly as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Nena, it's good to have you again on the panel. How are you doing today, madam? Good evening to you.
I'm doing good, Mr. Elvis. God bless you. Thank you so much, everyone. Mr. Elvis, can you please send me the link if you don't mind? I want to log in with my laptop because I'm actually on my phone right now, so if it's possible.
I'll do that. I'll put it on the comment section. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Wait, which comment section? The platform or the general?
The general. Or you want me to put it private?
No, it's okay. Put it on general. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's there now. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, yeah. Okay. We have Dr. Ken with us today. Dr. Ken, it's good to have you on the panel. How are you doing today, sir? Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, my brother, and everybody that listens to us. We'll keep fighting, pursuing this our cause until it become our conversion. Thank you, everybody.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Oga CM, this one will join us early today. I believe say the panel go hot, not be small. Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today? Unmute yourself.
Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our usual roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back.
I beg you, Mr. Elvis.
Yes,
Mr. Elvis. I beg you, you go make me talk before Mr. CM.
Okay. All right. No wahala. No wahala. Okay. Now you fair come before round. No wahala. All right. Okay. All right, no problem at all. All right, let me welcome in Madam Helen. It's good to have you on the panel today. How are you doing, madam? Good evening to you.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. I'm good. Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. God bless you. It's good to have you on the panel. Thank you. All right, I have my brother, Black Panther. Black Panther, good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today?
One love. Go to all of them. More grace, guys. We are here to shoot down the tree that want to put down Nigeria. We'll shoot it down and Nigeria will go forward. Our mandate will stand. It will be forever. Bolaga.
Exactly. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I think we have one more. Okay. I lost that person. Sorry. It's only one. Okay. They'll come back. Winners Studio. Winner Studio is also the first time I'm here seeing this name. Please turn on your camera to see who is there. Who is Winner Studio? Let me see your face, sir. Winner Studio, we can see you, but turn on your camera. You know, say if you're new here, okay, you don't remove yourself. Okay, you can come back. I don't know whether our network remove you, but it's a normal thing. Everybody must turn on their camera. I'm sorry about that. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I want to quickly appreciate Edo Light Watch. Thank you very much for the super chat. And God bless you. Thank you. And guys, please help us to share. Madam Bella Naomi, thank you very much for your super chat as well. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Press on the like button. Help us to share. Currently, we have over 1,000 people watching us, and the like is 300. If we can take that likes forward, currently we have 307 likes. Press on the like button, my people. Let's take that to at least a minimum of 500. That would be nice. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Okay, quickly, let's start hearing from the people. I'll come to Madam Ronke Station. Please, I would like you to talk to us. You have a max of 8 minutes to speak to us. Then I'll come to Ebo.
Oh wow, 8 minutes. Okay, okay. So
you don't have to use the whole 8 minutes if you don't want to, but talk to us.
Can I save it for later?
Okay. Hear from you want to hear from others first?
No. Well, I mean, can I take some and then save some for later, like in debates?
Yeah, sure, you can.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
So, I mean, I'm pretty much addressing a few things because this is what I've noticed from my people. Because, you know, I mean, you can probably hear from my voice that I'm an American. And so I look at our politics and see how corrupt U.S. politics is. And there's a lot of things that I know that we do, and even myself being involved in local politics, not in the state of Texas, of course, but at least in the state that I was from. One thing that we do is we call our politicians. A lot of them, especially if they're your local leaders, we'll call them up. We'll have a phone campaign, and we'll call them up to make them know that our voice is being heard. You know, so we bombard them. We do a campaign. We write them. We email them. We do all of those things. In addition to those who have a lot of money, and if you are able to speak with them, you can also have like a counter. Whenever the new campaigns coming, when a new election's coming, you have somebody else that you will back financially. You all group together to back financially to go against that person. In addition to just your government, private industry is really, really important when it comes to building out your infrastructure and changing the things the way that you want it to be. So a lot of Nigerians, they're here in the U.S. and it's not like it's better here. It's really isn't. We have a group of people who actually hate us. They want you to become something so they can steal from you. And so this will be one of the things that, you know, I'll bring up, because you said that you have a family member that's a doctor here. Well, currently in the U.S., they're targeting Black medical doctors. Specifically, I see a lot of them are Nigerian from all ethnic groups. I've seen lots of Orobo. I've seen lots of Igbo. Seen lots of Yoruba. Specifically, that the government is targeting for the Controlled Substances Act right now to throw them, whether you're a pharmacist or you're a physician, they've been throwing them in prison, making things up and saying that you're responsible for the Oyibo putting drugs in their own mouth, even though you study for like 20 years or more, and including with your family, they're supporting you to become a medical doctor. They do that and then take away your freedoms. And so then you have a hardship. But even to get to that point, it's very difficult to even get that, to even be able to get to that point, because you have to endure the racism where they literally do hate you for the color of your skin. They may not be outright with it, but a lot of times it's a lot of nuance to it. We also had, so there's the matter of the Black Americans, right? So they were taken from our same countries, the same area, and they do a lot of times have a slave mentality. So that's why a lot of the times they have kind of some issues with us, because they've been here for so long, being amongst these people who overtake them. So a lot of times they still have that mindset, even generation, they pass it down. But to be honest with you, the Oyibo here, they see literally no difference between the Black Americans and Nigerian, or even if you're like me, who's born here but had Nigerian parents, they see no difference. And meanwhile, I see other people, like I'll see other races of people, like, so there's really only one other race. I'll see the mixed people and like people, mixed race people of other countries, like say China, who are mixed race. They'll come here, they'll get their education, and they go right back to China and take all the intellectual property with them. Why can't we do that? And so they'll build up China for themselves. Why can't we come here? You make it by the hair of your chinny chin chin to be able to become a medical doctor or engineer or lawyer, CPA. Why don't you then take that knowledge, open up your business in Nigeria, and build the infrastructure there for each one of your respective cities and do that. So that's my spiel for now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. But what's your take on the current situation in Nigeria? Are you following up at all?
Yeah, a little bit. So Timbinu, I looked at he was here in the U.S. in Chicago, right? So he got his degree at University of Chicago. And so if you know about the politics here in the United States, Chicago is very liberal. And it's the kind of liberal that that's where a lot of the sociology came out of. So you have way back in the day, you have the leaders like Nkrumah, all the people who were like Africa One or United Africa. That's where they're getting their ideology from that school sociology. And this
Okay,
is where
but are you following any political party in Nigeria at all?
No, not in particular, but I do see with Obi. I saw with Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
So
Okay.
I saw
So
that.
what's your preference?
I mean, I really don't have any preferences with politicians now because I'm in a really weird spot. I listen and watch just so I can know what's going on right there, but I say I'm more spiritual, if anything.
Right, okay.
So it doesn't necessarily affect me in that way, but I'll look and see who seems to be a little better. But
for now, you're not sure who is better amongst them.
I mean, so far, I don't see that any of them would be necessarily beneficial, right? To you guys. Like, I don't see any of them because you got to see there's certain things that you're going to see benefit. Like, you need to have, you need to be able to establish cities and have your cities look good and all those things. I'm not seeing them any or even be a success in your area and to your community in the private sector. I'm not seeing that from any one of them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you for your submission. God bless you. Thank you, madam. All right. I'll come back to you. So please stay mute. Let me come to Ebo. Ebo, please unmute yourself, sir. Good evening to you once again. I would like you to talk to us, please. Before we start, can you let us know what's your preference and the situation that is currently going on in Nigeria? I guess you're following up, right?
Yes.
So, okay, what's your preference? It doesn't matter what you say.
My preference is Peter Obi. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, good. Talk to us about the videos I've presented today. Did you follow up?
Yes. I saw some of the headlines the articles that you put up.
Okay, talk to us. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I know so many people have said this, but I want to appreciate you for what you're doing. Like, this is so good. If we want to make Nigeria grow, this is the first step. This is the right way to go. Then the first time when Obi came out for the election, my initial thought was, oh, Obi will not be the perfect president. Obi will be very good to head institutions, because if institutions are not strong, there's no way we can grow. The reason why President of the United States have like 4 or 5 indictments today is because institutions are strong. So they don't care who you are. So I start listening to Obi, other campaigns, and Obi start telling me things that I want to hear, things that a president can do, the potentials, the resources, how we can put into use. And those thoughts, those ideas blow my mind. I'm like, if no Obi, no other persons. I know so many people have their own preference, but Obi is not the Messiah. He won't fix everything, but he will just steer the ship to the direction where we want to go. That is my belief. He will just steer the ship to, okay, we are facing northwest, and there we build on it and go. That is what I believe that he will do, because some people are just believing that if Obi comes today, every problem will just be solved. It won't be like that. But we'll have a sense of purpose. This is where we are going, and people can now follow suit. And when you have a charismatic leader like Obi, where he says things and people believe in, and he doesn't pay for crowd, doesn't pay for candidate. If he says today, we don't want people to go this way, people will just listen. His voice, his words will be like a command. It won't be like, it doesn't need police to implement that thing. People will just follow because the popular candidate is telling people what people want. His sincerity is just too much. It's just too much that I cannot just hear Obi and I will not pause and listen.
Yeah.
Then I was in Nigeria like 2 weeks ago for my dad's funeral. I just want to share this experience with you guys. I went to the NIN office and I almost shed tears. The condition of the waiting area, the bathroom looks like a horror movie. I wish I could share the videos of and pictures of the condition of the bathroom. Even the mad people on the street, homeless people, cannot even use that restroom. In the NIN office, Port Harcourt, Aba Road, Port Harcourt. Then my experience at the airport was horrible. That a custom officer, federal agent, is telling me, do you want me to do custom work or you find me something? Passport, the same thing. The guys are just at the airport. Even when we concentrate more on these politicians and we don't even look at the institutions that actually make the society work. The immigration was terrible. Their attitude was terrible. They're expecting us to give them money. The agricultural people say we should give them money for fish that we bought. And when we get to the US, all they did was just to scan it and make sure what we have was correct and what we declared. Nobody's asking you to give me money. Those institutions, we need to concentrate more on this institution like custom, immigration, police, and all those things, and speak to it and make sure we try to change things. But I appreciate the boss, the immigration boss at the Port Harcourt International Terminal. He took us in his office and apologized to us. He said Abdullah Mbaba, something like that. I can't really remember his name. He apologized that he doesn't want us to travel with this type of experience. He's been talking to these people that these things should stop, but they will not. But when we have this experience,
to be honest, my brother, it's not just right that particular happening in that particular area you went to. It's almost everywhere in Nigeria. Everywhere is dilapidated. Nothing is working. Nigeria, we're in big trouble right now. Nothing is working in Nigeria. So the country is in big trouble. So if we cannot have Peter Obi as the president of Nigeria, it's going to get worse. We should have that in mind. It's going to get worse. It's not going to ever get better under these satanic people. It's not possible. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, then the issue of Asari, Dr. But I am from Rivers State, Niger Delta, which is where Asari from Rivers State. Asari is using people, using the youth for his own selfish interest. When he comes out and make those statements and do all those things, the government will settle him, gives him money, and will just give some money to the boys and buy drinks and buy whatever for them just to keep them there under his own camp and be threatening government and make all those things. It's for his own selfish interest. Doesn't have any interest for any people. When he built his private university, built in Benin Republic, he did not build it in Niger Delta. So how is Niger Delta people benefiting from his struggle that he said is struggling for the Niger Delta people? He's not. He's not for our own interest. He's on his own and collecting money for government. When they're giving a contract to protect pipelines and all that, it's for himself and for his family and for himself. So he does not speak for the people of Niger Delta. He's speaking for himself and for his stomach. Then the issue of FFK, I think we shouldn't be even bringing FFK on this platform anymore because he is just out there for his stomach. Remember what Obasanjo just said about him. Today he's APC, tomorrow is PDP, tomorrow is PPP. He's just everywhere, just looking for relevance. And I'm so happy that even this government that I don't even recognize, did not even submit his name for the ministerial thing they are doing. Thank you. I'll reserve the rest of my minute for other argument if you give me the chance. But thank you so much for giving me the platform to speak on this. I think I'm becoming part of the project that is bigger than me, making Nigeria better. Thank you so much. I'm honored.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. It's good to have you on the panel as well. We're looking forward to always having you here. Thank you. All right. We have another new person with us right now. So, Utazi, you're just coming in right now. Please tell us, Utazi, where you joining us from. Good evening to you. Okay, you left. Okay, because I wanted to be sure who is there, you know. All right, Utazi, I don't know if that's your network, but new people, we try to quickly recognize them. But meanwhile, let me move on now to Madam Helen. Madam Helen, because you're joining us from Nigeria, I would like to prioritize you to speak to us in 8 minutes. Good evening to you, madam. How are you doing today? Okay, it looks like you're not. Okay, you are there. Okay, good.
Good evening.
Good
Yes,
evening.
Good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
Thank you so very much. I'm great. God is faithful.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Elvis, yeah, like I'm an ardent follower of your platform. I think I've become a family member.
You are.
So
I already know.
become a family member, and I celebrate you every time, whether I'm in or not in. I just celebrate your personality,
Thank you.
a lot of times my prayer does not go directly to you. I sent you a chat on your private email, and I said I want to tap into the grace of the woman that raised you, because she did well, and I want my children to be that way. Thank you so very much.
God
Yeah,
bless you, man.
for the CJN, for him to toy with the name of God and think he can go scot-free. Because I doubt if
Madam
he can
Helen,
actually go scot-free.
please.
Yes.
Madam Helen, please hold on 1 minute. Madam Patricia, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you. I'm going to take a quick break. When Madam
Yes.
Ellen is done in 8 minutes, please call on Dr. Ken.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, madam. Sorry about the transition.
Thank you.
All right. Like I was saying, for him to toy with the name of God and say, in the name of God and this, that, and yet he's playing with Nigerians. He should not forget that he didn't create himself. Somebody created him. Somebody created all of us, and he will be called to reckon with what we do. So I leave him to his folly. And then I want to talk for the Niger president that will soon be prosecuted. I pray that they will do whatever they are going to do, whatever trial they are going to try. They should maybe somehow show mercy. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I'm just calling for them to, have that human sympathy, because most times you see that these people, something actually is drumming for them. Something actually is, they are not with their right mind. They're not with their right senses. They are being pulled front, left, and right. Because if you see what is happening with our own president, you know that he's being pulled front, left, and right. But it's just that they don't have a mind of their own. I wish, we have leaders like Mr. Peter Obi. We've had leaders like him coming out before now to pilot the affairs of African nations. I don't think we would have been in this position where we are right now. It's just that we had very gullible people who had that who had been so enslaved that they feel without the Westerners they can't do anything, and then they sold their birthright and then go for crumbs. You understand? So I will plead for them to show mercy, show mercy, because I know that with this persecution, he may not come out alive. Let's just put it that way. And then for FFK, I like Mr. Ebo said, he shouldn't bring him up here is really, really not necessary, because we know that he speaks with two sides of his mouth at all times. He's looking for relevance. He's looking for who would, notice him and, invite him for something good. But he has lost that, center stage. He has lost the opportunity, because when he was some years back, when he was talking, following the Igbos, deceiving the Igbos, telling them all sorts to, pair, to come together so that they can fight for the good of Nigeria. Most people, I think a lot of people saw through him. And of course, it didn't take him long to jump from that ship to another ship and then see the things that he has said, see the things that he has done. So I don't really bother with people like that. And for Asari Dokubo, I think we'll have to be careful, because this information of him being banned from entering Aso Rock may actually not be true, because the person who is banning him knows that you toy with this kind of a person who looks for every opportunity to, fight for himself, because he's not really fighting for anybody. This person is selfish to the latter. So going to toy with him at this point when he really needs, he needs him, may not really work for him. So, but I pray, because somehow everything that is happening now, I know the hand of God is in it. So if it's true, then I think the house is divided against itself, and it will continue to be divided against itself. And then very soon the bubble will burst and Nigerians will have peace, because every day we are asking for the peace of this nation so that our mandate is returned back to us. And then for these people who have gotten up and then suspended the two, the director and deputy director of the advert, whatever, I think they are just looking for trouble. These guys should sue them. I mean, because, okay, you say it's blackmail. Who blackmailing who? Everybody has a right to their own opinion. I mean, if people are getting up and saying all eyes on the judiciary, how are we blackmailing anybody? How is anybody blackmailing anybody? Sue them and then see to the end of it, whether they like it or not. All eyes are on the judiciary, and we'll keep talking about it, and we'll keep screaming about it, and we'll keep, shouting about it. All eyes are on the judiciary. They should do the needful. They should do the right thing. And then I want to speak concerning my pastor. I beg to differ, because when she said Nigerians have moved on, I typed and said no. I think I beg to differ, because Nigerians have not moved on. If Nigerians had moved on, people like Mr. Elvis wouldn't have been spending all the time that he spends on social media to create awareness and to engage the youth of Nigeria, both in Nigeria and in diaspora, and they are responding. So she getting aware, because for her to be saying that, is obvious that she's not aware of a lot of well-meaning Nigerians who are right now talking, dialoguing and insisting that their mandates be returned. So I beg to differ with her. Yes, I agree that, whatsoever we do, we should, be attentive. Whatsoever we do, we should pay attention and we should insist. It's good. But for her to say that Nigerians have moved on, that we are used to moving on, and obviously we've moved on, I beg to differ. I beg to say no. It's not. We've not moved on, and we intend not to move on until we've gotten our mandate back. You see, these Westerners, they know what they are doing. They've always known what they want from Africa, and that's why they've kept Africa in the place and the position where they've kept Africa. Right now, they are like, my mom used to describe, said, if you want to kill a snake, don't cut in the middle, because the head, if it comes after you, it will, destroy you. So right now, they're like a snake that has been caught in the middle, a snake that has been caught in the middle. So they are looking for whatsoever to cling to, and that bite is usually very dangerous.
Okay.
Somebody is talking.
30 seconds. Yes, 30 seconds, please. Round up in 30 seconds, Madam Helen.
Okay, so sorry. Yeah, so that's just it. I think I'll because I've lost my line of thought. Thank you so very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, no one can stop us from not, putting out there that all the eyes on judiciary, because truly and truly we have not moved on. So that is it. Thank you so much for the submission. Thank you. Engineer Ken, please come through. Is it Engineer Ken? Dr. Ken? Yes, Dr. Ken. Dr. Ken, are you there?
Okay, I thought you were calling.
Yeah, Dr. Ken. Yeah, good evening.
Yes, thank you very much.
How are you today? Thank you. So speak to us. Thank you.
The thing is that we always come here to talk, not because we not get what they do, or we are not busy. The thing is, this problem of Nigeria, we are just doing it like this because all of us get stuck inside this thing. We get our own interest. And the only country we say you be first class citizen. They not say you be anybody, you be black man, you be nothing you did. But you see, with the way APC through Tinubu they behave, how you go, they ask billboard, say you won't bring the billboard down. For which reason? Because they say all eyes the judiciary. So make eyes not the judiciary. It is a normal thing with this. Once somebody they do something, the way they talk as well, everybody need to listen to me. All eyes they now they say who Dr. Ken they talk. It's normal. If another person they talk before like the way they talk, they listen to them. You know. So when Super Ego they play game, they put them for billboard. So time we are playing in the World Cup. People that advertise church. So why is BC the current event really for the country now where they trend? Now the judiciary matter, it did for everywhere. Whether you scatter them from billboard, you know, go feel scatter for the people mind. It did their mind. Then make I enter billboard. What is wrong with that? Why it's not be this not be dictatorial behavior and the spices for anarchy and the chaos that they promise. This thing what did they do? They're not say only one person I get you know that kind of control or like the way the people who go school go say monopoly of violence. Somebody if you go there now, bring those people, they put that thing for ground and knock them down. Trouble don't burst. Before you know, don't increase. It don't enter different city. It don't enter different state. The thing be say, they should not say we know how the game day. This not be 11 to 11 for player for feed. This Nigerian thing, what they do, masses versus this elite. It just be like 200 person versus 2 person, or even less than 1 person. And they fight this fight. So they should understand this thing and they should stop this thing so they do what they try to make people fear, to want to be like, say, nothing good. They don't use many tactics. This thing should stop. If they listen to me or any of their surrogates, anybody say they around them, they listen to me, make them stop this thing. Because if this thing catch fire for more than 200 million people head, I don't know what they go to solve more. This is what they beg how many people for Niger, a bit 25 million Nigerians. You know, they feed the whole ground. It go there hard though for the whole world to even solve this problem of 200 million people. And with the interest to not say some people they wait to make this kind of bad thing happen for the country so that they go get way to take resources for free. Because once they do war, who they say they go man border, everybody they fight each other, they scatter things. Why some people go they mine resources? I know what they talk about. So people who they learn, they should understand this thing very much. It's so important. They should not say one thing when you see obedient, they behave like this. See, they should not say a convinced mind. Mind the way we say don't set. Say now waiting won't do. You know go feel fight or a convinced mind ideology. You know go feel destroy them by violence or intimidation. Person don't they convince. If you like, use any you know go feel scatter. You think they in mind. You know they use gun till they fight. Person say they convinced. Now one thing I don't know whether they don't go this school everybody they go. If they not go that school where person don't they convince. You know they use gun or cutlass to change what they mind. You go feel threaten them, but you know go feel change them. If they there, now be what they worry these people. They will stop that. Look at what they are. I even hear that people even wear t-shirts where you say all eyes on judiciary. They are still in team. Why? If they are not guilty already, why did they fear honorary t-shirt where they write put say all eyes the judiciary? Now bad thing for eyes to the judiciary. All eyes not the police too. All eyes not the human being. Everybody they look each other to know what they want to do. But for the moment now that they center stage. So if I put on my handbag, all eyes on judiciary. What did do? I'm not going to express myself. I'm not going to talk with my blessing now the way I feel. I'm not going to. Is there no freedom of expression again? What kind of thing? This kind of thing, what did they do? Is there no freedom of expression again for the country? Because you see, at the end, the masses go still get justice. Make I just talk my thing here. All this what they do, kitty and kitty and kata kata, what they run around, they scatter things anywhere like this. Say, we know anybody brings them, go fight them. You put people, they go do them. At the end of this whole thing, make I tell everybody there for this platform, the obedient, when I mean obedient, I'm not talking about Labour Party supporters. They are obedient in PDP. Obedient, they don't even talk. They just do what they do. At the end of the day, they are all wrapped up into one single title with the carry, called masses, where they want justice. They go still get justice. And they tell you the truth. Mark my word, today when they talk this thing. All of them they go get justice at the end of the day. They go get justice. And this justice, who know, somehow, if it come through revolution, but I know say go come. Because the day when they just they wait for judiciary to come talk with it did their heart, not with it did their head. The thing where they did their heart, their conviction, may they come speak them. If you not line with waiting the reality where every human, because everybody for this case now judge, and we see the right from wrong. We know everything. How you not go disqualify to say want to do the wrong for they can't do at the year so kind year to the why the year for corner say they want to do they plan to do the wrong for all the place they say they get a blow voter incident where they get the result are blow. They go can't do that. Who want to do and with who? With the man being a drug person, with the person get forged certificate, where they just disqualify the NPP man, where we say a forged certificate. That law not applicable to presidential race and candidates. This is the course Hotel Rwanda movie to come play in the reality. Now this kind of they cause them. All this thing what they talk, military boys, they listen to us. They themselves too, they get their own conviction. They know what they happen. This thing where they happen, they should be careful. The judiciary, they should just be careful because more than 200 million people where they angry and hungry. They look you with eye where they red. Now small thing, I could just make them rush into the field. How many soldiers you get? How many police you get? How many people you want to buy? How many of them you want? How many bullets you get that you want to buy before you go come run? Where they go jump on all of you? This thing, if it starts, like Peter Obi say, it go consume everybody. And my message, let me send message to the politicals, all the political elites, the judiciary them, and all the oppressors of the masses. When this revolution come, when it starts, it go more than NSAS or NSAS Pro Max. It go consume everybody. Now everybody they enter office, they drive your car, your Mercedes Maybach, your car, they drive your normal Mercedes, your SUV, your Jeep. They enter your compound, they eat rice, they go buy bread, they come. I think this person will just get from here, get better. Because if the angry human being don't come out from their house, what is in your hand? Now only that thing you get to. Now only that sugar cane and granite, now they your hand where you give those boys. I make you know one thing, say most of the soldiers where you want put for streets, they get conviction too. They go run away because they know say what they have to time don't reach make you change. I want to beg everyone who will listen to me, all the judiciary, all the political elites. I beg your children, your village people, your mama, your grandpapa, they're somewhere for that country, even though you have access with private jets. How many people your private jet go carry? Private jet don't go carry up to 100. So if you want to carry your village people and everybody, you get the time. When this thing starts, it don't start to, we don't know where it go start from. From the north, where they vex about security, where they say they treat them well. I've been out from the east, where they say they don't marginalize them. They need to give them what they want. Or now for the west, where they say everything does scatter. Everything does scatter. They complain for food. Everything that they angry. Say this person will get don't be their man. I've been aware you won't put and go. Now the south, where you already say they don't scatter their areas. They go farm.
It's okay.
Nobody they can't tell them anything. Say make when I take this one. Everybody they vex. Even God ready for every the vex with something that happen like this. Satan self, if they vex, even though they pretend. Make I tell you now, do on our own. As they wait for una, I beg. Make una think. Say everybody they listen to una and Peter Obi they say make una wait. Make una wait. Now make people they wait. If not, if I don't see waiting be say pass your eye. Because if only one person come Aso Rock, just 1 second I beg. If one person will be say head not correct, come Aso Rock corner and put gas for a body. It can't put matches first of all to show an sample of where they come. If the thing when you want to do somebody, the person can't do it to himself first. To tell you say the other also they come, their head not correct. Now only you go carry your bag, run from the Aso Rock, say you don't resign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ken. Thank you. And Madam Patricia, thank you very much for the coordination of this broadcast. Thank you, my people. I want to appreciate you all. Madam Helen, thanks for your submission earlier on as well. Madam Helen, I would like to quickly respond to your submission because I was still listening from afar. When you were saying that the what is it called, the president of the Niger, they should forgive and all that. No, we can't continue like that, madam, please. This word, when we continue to apply emotions to all these, we should forgive and let go, and all. That's why we are where we are today. Nobody should be forgiven if you've done anything wrong, especially if you've stolen from the people, the resources of the people of the country. You've used it for your personal life and all that. They said the man was corrupt. So if he was corrupt, whatever they find against him, they should take action. They say they want to execute him because of whatever, for treason or whatever it is. Yes. So for me, there's nothing like forgive. Forgive who? Tomorrow now they can't catch, by God's grace, Peter will be enter. He can't decide, say some of the people that have caused the pains that you and I are facing today, say they need to face execution. Then people will come on this platform and say, the past is gone now. Let's just forgive. Forgive for waiting now. Do you know how many people that have died in the decision from the decision these satanic people have taken? People normally die. Any decision you take today, we keep life or take life. That's how it is. So everybody should be penalized for their actions. That's my take, though. I just wanted to add to that. Thank you very much, my people. Let me call on the next person, which is Oga CM. Oga CM, it's good to have you on the panel once again. Good evening to you, sir. Are you available? Because let's say your camera is okay. You are there. Thank you very much, sir. I would like you to talk to us. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Niger Watch. Excuse me. I lost my voice recently. Okay. Good evening, Niger Watch. Good evening, everybody. Yes, please.
I think I should talk before you.
Okay, that's all right. After you, then I go.
Okay.
No. Okay. No, let him go. I'm teasing him.
Okay, you're teasing him. All right. Why won't I leave my Oga CM alone? Why
you go pay? If not like that, you go pay. I go surcharge you.
Send me the bill.
No worry.
Thank you, Oga CM.
Now we. Actually, I'm particular about this orders on the judiciary, the billboard. He said those who are well have no need of physicians, but those who are sick, according to the call of Levi in the Bible. Christ did not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Because the guilty are afraid. I don't see what that means. Even without the billboard or the people are putting, it's in the mind of everybody. Every beer parlor, that is the talk of the town. When people are buying petrol at this exorbitant price, people go to maybe couldn't get no cash flow. They couldn't maybe procure one service or the other. It is not that they don't know. All they are saying is that, I let the judiciary save us. Not really, because that if P2B is announced winner today and he's sworn in tomorrow, all of a sudden there will be a Dorado. No. But this idea of leadership sometimes and followership is a confidence game. When you look at a leader who is not corrupt, based on Nigerian situation, no EFCC, nothing. Nobody has in fact, not even a personal litigation. I've not heard that somebody took P2B to court due to business failure or maybe drag land somewhere. In fact, I haven't. The only court I've had P2B go was to reclaim his mandate, and which is what he's doing now. That is the only thing. So I may be wrong, but somebody can educate me. So when people look at such a person, they will be wondering. So, like the Yorubas have a proverb said, from a black pot. When a pot is black, it's like you don't need it for anything. Yet out of that black pot, you get a white pap, ogi, immaculate white. So it means that people will be saying, so this corrupt nation, they have somebody who has been through public office, in private business, no shady dealing, through public office, a governor. One, even if he did not steal money, what of pension that governors allocate to themselves? He did not. What of acquiring a plot of land? If you hear that P2B has a plot of land in Oka GRA and it's only one, people may say, okay, nothing. Pure water he doesn't take. What belongs to him, he did not. So people will be wondering, what sort of person is this? And above all, he managed the resources of his state without borrowing not even kobo from any bank or anywhere. Rather, he even managed and have excess and saved and keep. To the extent that the money he kept, he is the first Nigerian to have left such an amount of money running into, let's say, over 70 billion. People will be wondering, is this person normal? So that's why people will now say, okay, let this person come and be at the federal level. And already we've had the hint. Somebody like me, I'm only waiting that, because when at the heat of ASU strike, since February, was it not? Since February last year, ASU was on strike till August, September, going. P2B said for 8 months, they've lost academic session. And where he said this was not for propaganda, it was is it not Nigerian Bar Association conference in Lagos, or was it the ICANN? One of those professional bodies. He said for the month of July, 31 days, Nigeria sells crude oil every day. He said for the month of July that although OPEC gave us how many, maybe 2 million quota, Nigeria does not. Nigeria loses about 1.7 through theft. He said for every day we lose about 1 billion. You multiply it. He was saying give or take. Official rate is 400 naira. Parallel rate is around I think it's 700 or 1. I think he brought it down to say 500. He said use 500 to multiply the amount of crude oil that is being stolen every day. It will give you so and so $1 billion. Then you convert it to naira. I think we did it only because we did it with the crowd. Just off head. He said it will be around 1.7 trillion. That is the amount we did not recover. We lost to stolen crude in July. He said out of that 1.7 trillion, how much is ASU asking for? Why our children, our brothers and sisters are at home for more than 8 months? 1.3 trillion. So even from the money the thieves are taking, is even more than enough to pay what ASU needed. And you know that type of thing, even if you tell us, oh, yeah, take 1 trillion, the remaining this is coming in 2 months, ASU will go back. So for a man to think this way, I think that was when the consciousness about P2B blossomed. People now felt, yes, we now have a man. And since he said it, people now started talking, oh, they caught 2 Navy, oh, they destroy Naval, because they are afraid. So when they say all eyes on judiciary, that is what is giving Nigerians hope. Nigerians, they know that the petrol will continue to rise under this government that is incompetent and fraudulent. So what they are now asking is, judiciary, just do this thing for us. Give us P2B, that's all. We know that we are now on the road to recover. So I don't know the fear they are expressing, because when they see it, okay, if you destroy the billboard, what of the mind? If you ask, you ask any Nigerian back home, what is in your mind? It's all eyes on the judiciary. It's already trending. If you destroy the billboard along the road, what of the one on Facebook? What of the one on Twitter? On different social media, different beer parlor? Are you going to shut people up? Everybody knows. So to that extent, I feel that yes, the man is coming, and it is not for nothing. I always have a belief that there is a reason. Things happen for a reason. God kept P2B alive for something like this. I said here one time in the past that Abraham Lincoln, the 16th president of United States from 1801 to 1865, he has been trying severally maybe for Illinois House of Reps, the other one, no way. He keep failing. Then he tried the presidency and he won. So on 18th, on this thing, what is it called? 20th January in 1861, the day he was inaugurated at the Capitol building, He said, God brought me into this world for a purpose. So I believe God brought Peter Obi into this world for a purpose. And Abraham Lincoln was 60 years then, having been born in 1801 to 1861. So he was 60 at the age of 60. He said, God brought me into this world for a purpose. So Peter Obi, God brought, I think this is the real purpose. That Anambra stewardship was just to test the water and then to tell people that he won't just happen on the national scene, that let him go and prove it at a micro level. Then when he comes, that is why people are looking upon him. So the faith people place on him is that we now have somebody who is clean, who is not going there to amass wealth for himself. Meanwhile, he only has 2 kids, and they're all adults, fending for themselves. I mean, even then, he doesn't. So they feel that his style of management is what Nigeria needs now. One, he will cut down, if at all there will be presidential fleet, because he will tell you, when I want to go to maybe to New York or for head of state meeting or anywhere, he said, if it's compulsory, I must attend, I take a commercial flight. Tell your protocol officer, book me in, and that is good. And if he may even make it that it must be a route, a Nigerian Airways, Nigeria, sort of like APs. He said there should be Nigerian indigenous airlines flying Lagos, London, so that if it's going, he join them. This is his life. Just because, not that he wouldn't like to use it, but he want to save money. Before you know, he will tell you that there's a roof, schools leaking in a lorry area of Kwara State. Say they got flooded or in Bayelsa, that they need to be fixed. That's what he will tell you. He will carry his bag, and he's not going to change. Protocol or no protocol, president will carry his bag, will it, and be going where he's going. So the joy, that's what I'm saying, the joy of everybody waiting for him, for those that do not know, it's not that he's not, well, he's an extra, he's a human being like us, born of man and woman. But the thing is that his brand of leadership, he understands the suffering of the people, and he's not extravagant. Neither is he flamboyant. And that is what we need. Than if you see Akpabio coming to work, you won't. Even the day Obama was inaugurated, I don't think that type of fleet of cars. You see, just to come to work for a day, which you know he's going to come again tomorrow, you will see the people. We can't afford this. Meanwhile, we are the poverty capital of the world. So a lot, we depend on this man, and I will urge people, like I always say here, let nobody lose hope. Whatever it is, even the judiciary, they are hearing us. Whatever it is, as long as even the billboards, they must have removed Sunday. I don't think it's everywhere. So the judiciary, they are aware. And besides, they are doing the right thing. By the way, is it not a shame that a country like Nigeria will still be talking of forgery? The other day, we announced here that somebody from Kano State, representing what is it called, Kano Municipal, Taruni, I know the area. If you are going to Hotoro, down through to Udio, say it's representing the area at the National House of Reps under NMPP. He forged his certificate, and that's all disqualify him. He's out. Mesoma, the lady that changed his jam score from 249 to is it 362 or 360. Everybody, the whole nation was on fire, everything. They looked at it, said, look, you did it. And then off he goes, serving her punishment. So why must all this forgery? So is the president different by forging certificate from Chicago? If really he's not afraid of, why must he be sort of going to court in America through a proxy that they should not release his, what is it called? His academic credential for what? Is that what we are doing? NYC, you can only have NYC certificate. One, either you serve, you get discharged after 1 year of service. Even if you didn't finish, they may extend it, but eventually you are serving. You get your discharged. Or, as God may have it, you are more than 30 years old when you graduated as a result of no fault of yours. Or maybe you are so poor that you didn't get to university when you are 20. Maybe it's only when you are after 30 years. It doesn't mean you can study at any age to get your first degree. You can go and tell them, look, then they give you give you exemption. And those two certificates are equal in value and in circumstance. Anywhere they need NYC certificate, if two people presenting different exemption and discharge, they are the same. Yet Tinubu forged it. He presented the exemption and he presented discharge. I mean, this is a man practicing criminality since records began. How can are we not ashamed that this type of person will now look at the opinion of world press? Everywhere they are discussing it. Just because he want to drag Nigeria to Niger, and people are now saying, can you imagine? By the way, what moral justification has Nigeria got to go to Niger with Tinubu leading? That he want to go, he'll do what? When George Weah said that when people do civilian coup, you rig yourself into power, that's a coup. The military is because they don't go through the ballot, so they use their gun and drive you out at night. It's the same thing because both are illegal. The military did not go to people to vote for them to get in. Yes, that's why they are soldiers. Then you that refuse to obey the ballot, you force yourself on the people by rigging it. That is the same. So all eyes must still be on the judiciary. I have nothing to. I think that is the best phrase. All eyes must be on the judiciary until they do the right thing, and it is in their own interest to do the right thing. But above all, on my bended knees, like Prof. Zeko may normally say, on my bended knees, just because of the more than 133 people in multi-dimensional poverty, let them allow this man take over. There's a reason why God brought him. I don't know how much I still have left. So let me put this one for what I saw.
Round up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Edo politics. I will go by the formula Black Panthers offered here. People should, going forward, people should not be talking of manifesto again. What we want is timetable for anywhere. I hope I will know all these things before. No need for manifesto. Manifesto has no responsibility because it's just a grammar. You say you wish. What we want is you bring a project. Is it one primary school you want to build? Where is it located? That's why it must be smart. It must be specific for us. Then can we follow? Can you guide us on how we are going to measure the progress? Because you can't start it today and end it today. It may take a week or two. So it should be measurable. We should be able to measure the progress we are doing. That's M. Then after all these things you are telling us, is it achievable? Can you really achieve it? It's not that you want us to be saying, okay, we are measuring it. Can you achieve it? Is it achievable? That's A. Then realistic means that within the constraint of resources, is it realistic? You can't tell us that you want to build the world's tallest building. Then where is the money? That is the realism. Where is the money? Tell us how you are going to cost it. You want to build a skyscraper of 100 floors. Where is the money? We have to follow you. Then even if you provide them time-bound, the T, where it cannot be forever. You can't be building it until you left office, there it becomes abandoned. So can you squeeze it within 4 years? How far? Why must it be 3 years instead of 6 months? Why must it be 2 years instead of 1 month? So even if you say it's 6 months, we know it might not be realistic. We can still say you can't finish it in 2 years. So these are the type of discussion. I think I love it. That is what we should use. As per the personnel, the people talking, both of them should give way. At all. That's what I'm even saying as per both of them. I mean, they've outlived their usefulness. Whether they are angels, so please let them just by now they should be sourcing up. In fact, whoever they recommend will be toxic. It is now for people to. I thank Black Panther for bringing that formula to use it and say, look, give us your timetable. What we are going by giving the timetable, it means that you've studied and known the problem of the state, and then the solution you want to apply, and the framework under which you are going to do it. This is it. So if I still have some few seconds left, I will only say on the other one that I will, Asare Dokubo going to Aso Rock. Well, I'm expecting, it's always good when two friends fall out. That is a veritable time. So now let us see, because there are certain things, maybe this one may not say, but then it's not, what do I say? It does the government no credit, not just the government. How can somebody like this be going to Aso Rock? Even if he goes in there, because I know people go in there at night, not to come out and sit and be addressing us. And they address foreign heads of state. We visit Nigeria, see the president, then they go to that stage and field questions from journalists. Imagine, who is Asare Dokubo? Somebody in charge of pipeline. So I don't know what, maybe this thing happening, it will lead us to somewhere. As for Fenimos, Fenimos, Fanikuku Kayodede, the wild type of chameleon that lives in the western Nigeria forest, you know, the way they describe it. No, I didn't call somebody, I just said Fenimos, Fanikuku Kayodede. So, you know, it's a wide something, so it changes. So they say somebody in the service of his stomach, this is what we expect. Today he will tell you we bomb Niger Republic to smithereens. Tomorrow he will tell you that after all, ECOWAS should be able, you know, all those things. I mean, for the people that listen to him, as for me, you don't know where they, maybe one type of narcotics are sort of cross-reacting. Those, I think in pharmacology, there's something they call it, when there are two drugs, you think they're going to work together. One is hitting the other. So, you know, it affects your mental balance. You can release a speech, tomorrow you disown it again. So as for people like that are fair weather, wear belly face, I don't usually like to put anything, if there's anything. Obasanjo has given us a testimonial. If you pay him well, not just pay him, if you pay him well, he will go and sing for you, give you the melody that is commensurate, proportional to the amount you pay. But if you delay, you will have it hot. I think what the problem he's having now is that he felt that when Tinubu, his Man Friday enters, he will call EFCC, say this case that Fenimos Fanikuku Kayodede is facing should be struck off, use presidential in a order. But it hasn't happened. So he's afraid. And if you summon him to EFCC again, he will fall sick. He will tell you he's in the hospital, he can't stand trial. So there are a lot of things going on. But on the whole, let me just end on this. Please, to those that joined us today, you are welcome. This is the channel to be. Here we don't manufacture news. All we do is we get the headline, go through it, interpret it, and then analyze it the way some Arise News or the mainstream media may not do it. You see different perspectives here. However, and those perspectives are tailored towards making the life of the people better, or even telling them what they should have known and how they should react should any situation happen. I yield here for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Agassi. Thank you for your wonderful submission. God bless you, sir. Thank you. All right. Let me take some calls, guys. Then before I come back to the remaining people right there, please bear with me. Madam Joy, thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, ma. Please talk to us.
Hello, everyone. Hello, my people. Well-meaning Nigeria, obedient nation, Niger Watch nation, journalists, intellectuals. I greet everybody. I salute my co-commenters. We are doing great. Everyone is doing great, including those that stay it out, listen, and it is for one purpose, for a better Nigeria, and we are all ready. We are ready. And I just want to address Mr. Nigeria. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you for what you are doing. You will never lose your reward. I just want to comment on the billboard that they are taking down. I just want to address Judiciary. Judiciary, you see, demand that the two guys that they suspended ready to maybe, who knows what they are going to do next.
Mm-hmm.
The government you are in, the government right now, they are use and trash. The same hand they use in dissecting the bushfowl, that's what they're going to use to dissect the house fowl. So if you think you're comfortable supporting this evil regime, when they finish with those that are at the front, those of us that, people are clamoring and screaming, people are not sleeping. Niger Watch, we are not sleeping. We don't sleep. We are proud to say we are not sleeping.
Exactly.
We will stay awake until we see the end of this, and the end is going to be on our side. If Pharaoh refused the first plague, refused bone up for the second plague, bone up for the 10th plague, he's heading to the Red Sea, and inside that Red Sea, not only the water is a quicksand. So all of you, both Mr. Wike, all the people that are pushing and doing all kinds of evil to suppress, you all are going to the Red Sea. The Red Sea will finish it up. Don't even worry. Nigerians are awake. Obedience are awake. All well-meaning Nigerians are awake. I want to address Mr. Nadewa, please, just 1 minute. There is this man, the APC National Secretary. I quote him, Senator Ajibola. He said in his own word that the cost of governance, the salaries of the governors and all that, the senators, the ministries, that it is not what is the issue. Meanwhile, we have heard from channels that these guys, 109 senators, are receiving almost 30 million naira a month. Times it by 109. Now count 360 House of Rep. Count all the ministers. Count 36 states. Count all the pensions they are receiving. And you are telling us, if you need to listen to this man, I was having a headache. That's why we are not sleeping. Because we are researching. So anybody that is saying that, oh, it's going to die down, it's not dying down nowhere. We, the citizens of Nigeria, the highest office of the land is the office of the citizen. And the citizen, the 200 million, even if it is 50 of us that are awake, you are in trouble. All these leaders, you are in trouble. So don't even worry. Don't put the billboard. You're not putting the billboard out of our hearts. And that is, I rest it there. I'll have more to say when I get my breath. But thank you all so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mother Joy. Thanks for your submission. God bless you. All right, we have another caller right here. If you want to call in, this is the best time. Hello, good evening to you. Love God is my strength. Thank you very much, Mother. Please talk to us.
Good evening.
Thank you. Talk to us, man.
Thank you. I'll just say a few things. When I look at Tulumbu, I would say regime that he is doing wrong. I think this man is a dictatorship. He's a very, very wicked man. We should pray that everything should work well for us. Otherwise, Nigeria wash. Nigeria will just go. We should all pray that everything should work right for us. Why are they afraid of billboard? What is billboard doing to them? So is it not the way we feel? That's why we are putting it out there for people to see, for the judges to see, so that this time around it's not going to be like before, that they can come together and decide the fate of Nigerians. Nigerians are now standing up everywhere over the world and taking their destiny into their hand. They are saying enough is enough. We cannot take it again. Because if we give you people a leeway, a small place to breathe, what they will do to us, we will not believe it. And we don't want it to happen. That is why we decide as a people to place that thing everywhere, so that when they are driving their car, they can see it. When they are going to their house, they can see it. When they come out to do shopping, they can see it. Then to remind them that Nigerians are not joking. So why will they decide to go and put somebody, stop somebody work just because of saying he approved a billboard? It's his business. He wants money. He has to collect anything that comes to them in this hard Nigeria now. So my own to the judiciary is that Nigerians, we are not joking again. No. We are not joking. Our eyes is wide open. Even when I'm sleeping, I'm seeing judiciary. When I'm sleeping, I'm seeing Obi in office. So anything they like, they should do. If they glide, they go to the sky, they go to the moon. We are waiting. Our leg is on the ground. They will not, this time around there, they cannot do anything against us. They cannot. So let me quickly talk about Asare. Asare is I don't want to use one word against him. He's overfeed P word, overfeed P. I look at him and I say, this man doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. How can you as a human being, be against a better country? Be against for everything to work out in your country. You are fighting against people who want a good country. Everybody can go they can go to their different places without fear, without nothing. He's fighting against it because of his own belly. God is watching.
Thank you.
Judiciary, God is watching all of you. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma. God bless you. Thank you very much. All right. I think other people trying to call in. 1 minute, guys. Bear with me. Hello. Thank you very much, Madam Amaomi. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you, ma'am. Please talk to us.
Yeah. Good evening, Niger Watch. All protocols are observed. I greet my new lady and the man that joined us for the first time today.
Yeah.
You are welcome into the platform. I'm happy that you came in as well. Momomi, I'm calling from the UK. Now, I'm not going to talk about Asari and Fani Kayode. They are not even business at all. I'm going to start with Sarah Omaku. Sarah Omaku knows we are not relenting. She's just trying to wake us up for that thing she said. She knows obedience are not relenting, but she's just waking us up that we shouldn't relent. That is our own. About the billboard, if they break any billboard or tear any advertisement, they cannot tear our minds. They cannot tear our hearts. Because in our hearts, we see hope in Peter Obi. He has done it before when he was a governor. We saw how he treated the state, how he left money behind when he was leaving, which has never happened in the history of Nigeria. 75 billion, I think he left, Naira, in office when he was leaving. And this man never took 1 penny. 1 penny as pension, 1 Naira as anything, all his entitlements. After that office as a governor, he has never taken any entitlement. I credit him. We see hope in him. We see life in him.
Yes.
We see the future in him. We see the vision in him. We see that he's leading us right. We know he knows where to go. That is why we follow him. Now, please permit me to speak 4 or 5 sentences in my dialect. I'm calling on Chief Justice Ariwoola. We are not going to keep quiet. Justice Ariwoola that is swearing in judges, barristers or whatever he swore in, I can't remember. Judges, yes. He swore in judges with Bible or with Quran, and he was calling the name of God. This is the man behind the problem we have in Nigeria. I will continue saying it. Anytime I come on this platform, Justice Ariwoola, tí ẹ bá fẹ́ kórúkọ yín di ẹkún ọlá, kórúkọ yín di òṣì ọlá, kórúkọ yín di ìdààmú ọlá, kórúkọ yín di ìbànújẹ́ ọlá, kórúkọ yín di gbogbo nǹkan burúkú ayé yìí, kó di Fáráò ọlá, kẹ́rì sínú òkun pupa, tilétilé tẹbítẹbí, tẹ bá fẹ́ kí ìdílé yín àti gbogbo ìrandíran yín títí dé ìran kẹwàá ìran ogún nínú ìrìn àjò ayé yín, á dákẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ, á dákẹ́ gbé ààrẹ fáláre, kẹ́dẹ̀ fi ẹ̀bi sílẹ̀ fún ẹlẹ́bi. Gbogbo ayé ló mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin lẹ swear Tinubu in. You swore him in and you knew he didn't win this election. All eyes are on you. Chief Ariwoola, ojú wa wà lára yín. We won't take it this time. Let me tell you, we are no obedience is going to take it this time. This is our future, and we are going to hold it in our hands. Yes, if you do the wrong thing, and you tell us any rubbish at the outcome of this election, the tribunal, then you will know there are people in Nigeria. We have never done this before, and we will do what we have never done before. We will come for all of you. We are going to take this government, whether you like it or not, by fire or by force, because Peter Obi won this election. And we are going to run with it. We are going to take our mandate back from you and run Nigeria with it. The solid mandate you took from Peter Obi, we Nigerians, we obedient. We are all over. We are in PDP. We are in APC. We are in every household. And we are going to take back that mandate from you, whether you like it or not. You can say whatever you like. We are waiting for you. All obedience are waiting for you. And all Nigerians are waiting for you. This is dictatorship. Tinubu cannot take Nigeria into his hands. He took Lagos State into his hands. He's been controlling us. He's been working with the cabals in Nigeria. You want to silence everybody. You don't want us to talk. This is dictatorship, and we won't take it. All eyes on the judiciary. You see what happened in Niger. Be careful. You are pushing us to the wall. You are pushing obedience to the wall, and we will strike back. If you push a goat to the wall, it will look back and bite. We are going to bite all of you. We are coming for you. This time around, you won't escape it. Do the right thing, judiciary. All eyes are on you. I yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. God bless you. Thank you. All right, callers, thank you very much for your time. I would like us to move on to the panel. Thank you. My people, please press on the like button, press on the $sign, support what we are doing. You know, what is happening today, nobody is supporting us. Press on the $sign, support what we are doing here. It's just right there on the comment section. Help us to share and like. Currently, the like is 421. Thank you. Can we take that to 500, please? That would be nice. Let me quickly take this call before I come back to the panel. Madam Nena, you to be you after this call. Madam Christy, thanks for calling in. Thank you very much, ma'am. Please talk to us.
Mr. Niger Watch.
Thank you. Please turn down your device and listen to the phone.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Niger Watch, good afternoon. Everyone at the panel, good afternoon. I thank you for a good job. I thank you for still encouraging us to believe, continue to stay on our belief.
Thank you.
God bless everyone in Jesus' name. So we cannot overflog the fact that all eyes on judiciary. Like everybody has said, whether they pull down the billboard or they do whatever they want to do, they cannot take it away from our hearts. They cannot. And there is a common saying, pride goeth before a fall. Tinubu is behaving as if he's a small God. He's as if blood is not running in his vein, as if he's so power intoxicated. He doesn't care what is going on in Nigeria. All he wants is the seat of power. Tinubu is not God. Tinubu, you are not God. You don't know what God has to do. They said, where there is power, the people, where the people are, that's where the voice of the people is the voice of power. Tinubu, you are not sure of tomorrow. You don't know where you are going. I can assure you that. All you know is now, with all your gimmicks, with all your evil plots, with all your agenda, you don't know tomorrow. But I want to assure judiciary, Ariwoola and his mates, they don't know tomorrow. What they are saying is just now. They don't know what is coming for them tomorrow. Even they are afraid. You see, they are being disturbed. I'm sure they are having sleepless nights. But I just wish they could do the wrong thing. Yet, I mean, I just wish, I was wishing that Tinubu would strike at the Niger Republic. I was wishing he struck on them. Then he would have seen the other side.
But somehow God took control because of innocent people. Let them just wait and see what will happen in Nigeria. Nigeria is not different from Niger. What happened at Niger could double happen in Nigeria. People cannot be taken for granted forever. So, thank God for this platform. Everybody is voicing out. Ariwoola and Tinubu, you will not succeed. Even if you try, people get to that office and they buy, they just yamutu. We have had the head of state that just yamutu on that seat. Nobody knows tomorrow. If they put themselves by force, nobody knows what will happen to them. And we are just watching. Our eyes on the judiciary. Our eyes on the judiciary. Let them venture do the wrong thing. Then we will see. That's all I have to say. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Niger Watch.
Thank you very much,
Thank
man.
you
Thank you.
for always being there for us. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
And you too.
Okay. Thank you very much, my people. Please call us. Hold on for now. Let us hear from the panel. Madam Nena, are you there with us, please?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you once again. Please talk to us, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Once again, thank you so much. Okay, I will start from the issue of the billboard. You know, it's very sad, the kind of thing that that is happening in Nigeria, and it's more sad when you see some people actually trying to justify it to make it look like it's okay. When I saw a video of that, I think I saw somewhere, maybe was it on Twitter or where somebody put something about this pulling down of the billboard, you know, and then people were commenting and saying something similar to what we're saying here. Then I saw somebody that made a comment on like, why, you know, if you truly believe that you won the election and you're claiming that you will prove it in court, why are you trying to intimidate, like trying to twist the whole thing? The point is not about I know from what the person is writing, the person is actually referring to all the people that are saying something about basically the obedience, because just like somebody said here, being obedient does not automatically translate that you are a Labour Party member. But of all people, well, many Nigerians that support the cause, that support the presidency and the candidature of our PPP and what he has to represent. So it bothers me how somebody was saying, is it because it's in Nigeria? Can you do such a thing abroad? I said the person, that means you don't know what is obtainable outside. In the America where I reside, people don't just say it. People act it out. People gather in front of the court every single day with the placard telling us, we are watching you. We are watching you. People do. It's not just about putting a billboard. People actually stand there, and even if they decide to do it for 2 months, people will stand in front of telling judges every single day they are stepping into the office, we are here, we are watching you. So for somebody to say, is it because in Nigeria? It's only in Nigeria that such nonsense will even happen, that the government will pull down a billboard and they reprimand the people who approved the billboard. This is basically autocracy. This is dictatorship. And it bothers me that this is the same man who sat as the supposedly ECOWAS chairman or whatever they call him, and threatening fire, thunder and brimstone on a country where a coup was recently carried out. First of all, you did the same thing. You did electoral coup in Nigeria, and you are doing exactly the same thing that you are accusing the military juntas of doing, and that is dictatorship. This is exactly what we have in Nigeria, is civilian dictatorship. If people cannot speak, and be free, if people cannot put up something as simple as billboard, it happens everywhere. And then somebody is coming to defend it, to say it is wrong. This is dictatorship. I don't know how else to explain it, because there is nothing wrong in saying all eyes are on the judiciary. Okay, they pulled it down, And then one guy, I saw the video of one guy who went in front of the same place with flag that says exactly the same thing of the billboard. Maybe they will go ahead and arrest the guy for saying. And then where is the freedom of speech? Where is that freedom of, expression that we talk about? And this is the same people who claim that they obey and they respect the rule of law. You see, it's important for Nigeria for these things to be happening so that more and more people will begin to get more enlightened, more aware, more educated of what is prevalent in this country or where this country is heading to. And that is, unfortunately, what it will be if these characters are allowed to remain in power. But I know that it will not happen. God has...
Mananena, it will be terrible. If somebody can order for all the billboards of all islands on judiciary should be removed. This is dictatorship.
This is pure civilian dictatorship. I don't know how to describe it. And this other so-called members of ECOWAS who follow the trend and the news of what happened in other countries, they will not make comment about things like this. I don't know how their brain reasons that they don't see that this, what they are trying to condemn in Niger and Mali and other countries where they have military juntas is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. And this is the man who is sitting as their leader, and they are not saying anything. This is purely what we are experiencing in Nigeria. But I want to believe, I am very optimistic that God is taking Nigeria out of this mess. I believe, I am optimistic. I'm holding firmly to faith that God will take us out of this mess, out of this wreck that is Nigeria is gradually becoming. Because this nonsense if anybody thinks it's going to get better with this man, it cannot. It can only get worse. But I am optimistic that the judiciary, whether they pull down the billboard or they don't pull it down, all eyes are on the judiciary. The young is singing it, the old is singing it, the middle is singing it, everybody is screaming it. All eyes on the judiciary. We are watching you. If you like, in the middle of the night, when all men are asleep, act like the witches that they have always acted as and declare something nonsense. Then you will actually, it's not just billboard you're going to pull down. It's not going just billboard you're going to pull down, because Nigerians are going to react. For people who think that Nigerians have moved forward, the only way you know that Nigerians have not moved forward, for me, that's the way I do my own analysis. I don't believe Nigerians have moved forward, because when you see things like that, like the billboard that is being pulled down, watch one place that is posted, read comments, you will see thousands and thousands of comments. Again, that tells you that Nigerians are still very much watching and actively following what is happening and actively involved in whatever that is happening in the country. It may seem that Nigerians have moved on, but I want to believe that Nigerians have not moved on. When that pastor was talking, I know that woman is one of the people that have always been, one of the pastors in Nigeria that have always been very vocal. For me, it's not even just about, I use the word just because that is also a problem. It's not just about the Muslim ticket for me, but it goes more beyond that, because everything that spells wrong is wrong with the society that is called Nigeria. Everything that spells bad is bad. It describes the society that is called Nigeria. And again, I still say, I'm still optimistic that this madness, this criminality, this rascality, like P2B will always describe it, will soon come to an end, because this nonsense cannot happen. Look at what is going on with the issue of Fashola and the Ibezim brothers. Nobody is saying anything about it because somebody wrote something. If you think that what they said about it is not correct, come out and debunk it. Why send DSS to go and get somebody arrested? You went to look for somebody, you didn't see him, you arrested the brother, and now DSS is trying to deny. This is dictatorship, and DSS have become a tool in the hands of these people that they use to terrorize Nigerians. This rascality must end. It has to come to an end.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes?
Please.
What's happening?
Hello?
When is the judgment coming out?
Somebody is talking and you cannot just interject like that. That's wrong, sir.
When is the judgment?
No, we don't know. Please, somebody
sorry,
is talking. This is wrong. Go ahead, Madam Nena. Thank you.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, you know what I mean, all this madness has to stop. Then when it comes to the case of Asari Dokubo, just like I can't remember who was that said it, you know, this is, I don't want to believe. I'm still trying to not believe it, even though it's something that I would love that it will happen. But for now, I just want to, you know, not to believe that it's true that he's been banned. But if it does, I mean, that is amazing, because the truth about it is that this guy is becoming, he's trying to, I don't know what he's trying to make himself be or look like. I don't know what he thinks he is to their supposedly president-elect. Maybe his godson or his anointed son or whatever. I don't know who he thinks he is or what he thinks he is, because this guy has been making some kind of, you know, placing himself in some kind of place that is some kind of position that's beginning to be so disgusting that people will be looking at Nigeria. Of course, people outside this country have been seeing us as jokes all this while, and then to keep seeing this kind of character in the limelight all the time, making noise and constituting nuisance just simply because the person you think is your whoever he is to you is I've been pulled and put on the seat of on the number one seat in Nigeria. You think now that you can move around the streets of Nigeria and do any nonsense and get away with it, you know, because it's the faces of people like Asari Dokubo are the kind of faces that ridicules, that makes fun, that makes this country called Nigeria look like a joke. When there are intelligent, smart, you know, noble, disciplined, sensible human beings in Nigeria, and the faces we keep seeing all the time are the likes of this overfed orangutan, this senseless human being. I don't even know what to use for him. It's so unfortunate. If he's been banned from Aso Rock, I mean, well and good. It will be amazing if it turns out to be good. But if it's not, for crying out loud, somebody like that, I don't know why somebody like him should be walking freely on the streets of Nigeria, because with all the nonsense he's been doing and he's been applauded, it does not make any sense. And then coming to Fani Kayode, I read the nonsense he wrote last night. When you look at the nonsense he wrote, I saw it last night. I made a comment under it. The only thing I say that this man, you just don't have no shame. Fani Kayode has no shame. And trust Nigerians, under his post, people started bringing out all the things. In fact, a lot of people were saying it, that probably this man that said this, he borrowed words from you, because you have said worse things than this about this Tinubu man, even before now. So what moral justification do you even have to come and start lamenting nonsense? If you think you are sensible, prove the man wrong. Prove him wrong. I made a comment under his post. I said, you don't have any shame, because this is you that cannot even, that is here trying to defend a man. You cannot even tell the world his true identity. A man, you don't know his real name. You don't know his true origin. You don't know his real age. The man, you don't even know his academic background. Can you point to one person that you can say, this is Tinubu's siblings, his schoolmates, or anything? What do you know about the man you're defending? That shows the fact that you are a shameless person. But then, I'm not too surprised, because over the years, when you look at Fani Kayode, he's a man who has been, he's like a yo-yo, you know, bouncing from left to right and right to center. It's such a shame that this person, this character, has young children, young boys that he's raising. I don't know what he could possibly be teaching his children. I don't know what he could be teaching, you know, what he could be, what legacy he's leaving for him. Because if those children should grow up and see the kind of nuisance that their father has been all these years, you know, jumping from one place to another. Obasanjo described it very well. Wherever food is, wherever food is coming from, you see Fani Kayode dancing there. Maybe he's looking for attention. Of course, ministerial list has been exhausted. His name is not there, so he's looking so hard. He doesn't have a job right now, even though maybe the money he stole from Rivers State when he was the aviation minister. I don't know if he must have exhausted it, maybe thinking that more opportunities will come for him to steal more. Fortunately, the opportunities has not provided itself, and then he thinks all he can do is to go on and start challenging somebody he cannot even challenge. He's so senseless. What do you say to a character like that? Such are the kind of people that makes this country, you know. Sometimes you look at them and the things they say and the way they present this country, you feel like just puking. Like it's so disgusting that we have such human beings that to come out and talk. It's so unfortunate. And I want to believe that even Tinubu is one person that knows how to do personal vendetta. He must have gone back to all the things, the terrible things that this senseless man must have said about him in the past, and decided to just, you know, quietly boycott him completely, even when he was looking like a frog, trying to see if he would be put in somewhere. But unfortunately, he's not put in. I think that the only way to make himself relevant and to be seen is by attacking somebody. What did the man say that is not true? Tinubu is a drug lord. The whole world knows that. So if you think the man says something wrong, prove him wrong. That's not right. Prove him wrong. Not for you to come and write some nonsense because you have Twitter space and you can write nonsense. Fani-Kayode is not a character that any sensible human being to take seriously. I want to believe that even their Chief Nubu cannot even take him serious because he's a senseless. He's somebody. Sometimes I look at him as somebody who may have a bipolar disorder because he's jumping from one place to another. I don't know. He's such a senseless human being. It's unfortunate. So, but in all these things, I'm still very optimistic because honestly, the madness that is going on in Nigeria is getting to a place where you just have to feel ashamed that you're associated with this country that is called Nigeria. But I believe also that P2B will always say a new Nigeria is possible with a good head, with somebody that where the head that is healthy comes up, the body has no option but to begin to come together. I want to touch on the case of Obaseki, and all these things boils down to the same thing that we are talking about. You know, when we have people who does not have integrity take the place of authority, these are the kind of things that you see. A few years back, these two people were like Romeo and Juliet, and suddenly, just because, and it's unfortunately, Nigerian youths they need to really wake up, because these people use Nigerian youth to, you know, fight each other and to get into power. When they get into power, I think it's all about you. Like Rufai rightly said it is not about you. They do everything they do just for themselves, just for their own pocket, just for their own belly. Look at them today. They are this one. Obaseki wants to put somebody he thinks that will be his. Maybe he will still be manipulating even while he's out of office. This one, out of his own greed, he has seen how easy it is to steal and to amass wealth as a governor. So he himself is desperately trying to be at the helm of affairs. This is just what it is. This is just all it is about for these people. This is just what it's not about. It's not about the common man on the street. I'm sorry for. I mean, I don't like to use that common man because there's nothing common about people like me that are not in the place of authority. It's not about you that the everyday person that is just going about your business, JJ, that is not in power. It's not about you. It's just about them. They are fighting now. Tomorrow they start recruiting some gullible people to use them to fight each other. By the time they fight, they get to where they want to get, they discard you. That is all they do. That is all they do. That is all these people know about. They don't care about you. It's just about them and their family. It's just about them. That is just it. They are users and they are dumpers. That's just all they do. Nigerians need to wake up. But this whole thing can only change when we get the head correct. And that is why we are fighting. That is why we are doing what we are doing. The head needs to be right. The head needs to be correct. If not, nothing else is working. And then I want to touch briefly before I end on the issue of Niger and our stated president that they are trying to charge for treason. Look, I don't feel no pity for these people. These are people that have sold their people so cheap to the international community. If you hear some of the atrocities that most of this, look at what is happening in Nigeria. Just like Mr. Elvis rightly said, I don't feel no pity for these people. These people have messed this continent that is called Africa up. And we can't keep having pity on them. If you keep doing that, that's why anybody will come in and do whatever they need to do, and they think they will just go and get away with it. Enough is enough. It cannot continue. So if they find him guilty of doing anything wrong, and he needs to be let for well and good, because people need to learn to pay for their wrong. It's no longer huru. It's no longer business as usual. People, Africa is waking up, Nigeria is waking up. A lot of things are happening. And honestly speaking, I want to believe that most of the things that are happening around Africa and around us now is about the Obi phenomenon. Because I tell you, many countries are quoting what about P2B. Many countries, you speak to Sierra Leoneans, you speak to Ghanaians, you speak to people from Cote d'Ivoire, everybody is quoting, making reference to P2B. The kind of light that this man has brought is spreading. Over the weekend, I saw that this P2B, I don't know how many folks that saw about it, that he went to, I think he went for an occasion in somewhere in Warri. And this man was able to broker peace between two traditional rulers that has been a loggerhead. A man who is not even in the power, and look at the kind of authority that he waits wherever he goes. Why can't we have this kind of person at the helm of affairs so that Nigeria, like everybody else is saying, he's not going to perform magic, he's not going to perform miracle overnight, but at least he'll be able to put Nigeria in the direction that a country is supposed to go, so that we begin to see, begin to know that at least we are going in the right direction. There is possibility that eventually we will get to a place where we have a glory as the true giant of Africa. That is all we want. P2B is not going there to perform miracles, but at least he has the sensibility to know the direction. Because at this point, this country is not going in the right direction. I don't know who conducted the senseless poll. They said they counted and said that 60% said that. Which 60%? They should come and show us the poll that said Nigeria is moving in the right direction. Who people are saying it? Meet almost everybody, most majority of the people that voted, that fought for this man. Meet most of them and hear what they are saying right now. Majority of them are regretting, even cursing themselves that they put their lives on line for this man. Majority of them, I can tell you many that I've heard from. It's so unfortunate. So they are bringing one poll is not. Look, things need to change. We can't continue like this. I am very optimistic. I am very, very, very optimistic that something needs to change. Whether they like it or not, all eyes on the judiciary. Ariwoola and your likes, and every other person that is involved. All eyes on you are on you. The whole world is watching. Nigerians are watching. We are waiting patiently. We are optimistic that you will be sensible enough to do the right thing, so that this country will begin to see a glimmer of light, a light again, and a glimmer of hope once again. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you, Mr. Elvis. God bless everyone here. Thank you.
All right, Madam Nena, thank you very much for your wonderful submission. May God bless you, ma. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yes, all eyes on judiciary. That's what they don't like now. That's why they dropped the big board. Every big board that were put on across the country, major parts in Abuja, they've dropped all of them. They've dropped all of them. Are you threatened with the billboard? All eyes on judiciary? It's strange. Why is this government doing this? This is wrong. Anyway, let me move on to the next. But before that, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. And your support earlier on as well. I saw that. Thank you very much. And your texts are included to that. Was you said that was the highest compliment, Elvis? Yes, from the lady, Madam Ellen, earlier on. Thank you very much, Madam Ellen. Always for your wonderful prayers and nice words to me. I appreciate you always. All right, Madam Bella Naomi, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you very much, Madam. God bless you for always being there. Guys, help us to press on that $sign, emulate what others are doing, support what we are doing here. Press on the like button. Ask for 500 earlier on. We are still on 446. We can easily complete this to be 500. Please press on the like button, my people. Let's take that to 500. Help us to share, subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell to be notified whenever we are here. We are here fighting for a better Nigeria, nothing else. We love our country. We want a better Nigeria. That's why I'm here, especially me. I love my country. I want Nigeria to work. That's why I'm here every day. I don't want any kind of chaos in my country. Judiciary, please do the right thing for peace to reign in Nigeria. Like I've said before, I can only control the people on my panel. Once they're off my panel, I don't have the power to control anybody. Please do the right thing. Just do the right thing. Nobody is telling you to favor anybody. Do the right thing. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. I would like to call on the next person to speak to us. Ginger Breadman, you're supposed to be the next, but you are not here right now. Fortunately, No calls right now. So I'll call on Engineer Francis. Engineer Francis, it's good to have you on the panel. Good evening to you, sir. Please talk to us, sir. Engineer Francis, are you there? I can't hear you. You unmuted yourself, but I can't hear you. Engineer Francis, I can see you are unmuting yourself. Maybe something is wrong somewhere over there. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Evans.
Okay, Engineer Francis, is you four. I believe I can see you are unmuting yourself. You are unmuted, but we can't hear anything from you. Can you just leave and come back again, sir? I'll repost the link again. Just leave and come back again. But before that, I'd like to give opportunity for Madam Patricia to talk to us. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia, for your patience always. Please talk to us.
Thank you. Oh my God. I almost put on my video. Wow. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, madam. Go
okay.
ahead.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having me again. Please kindly click on the like and share button. Very important. And also, let me thank everyone that has also given to this broadcast through their finances. Thank you so much. And of course, our mommy. Good evening, mommy. We love you for all that you do. Thanks. Okay, I think I will start with the lady, the lady that said, the pastor that said Nigerians have moved on. You know, I think she was talking to a congregation. That was her own congregation that she was talking to, and I believe she have all the rights to have spoken to them that way. I believe if you go to some quarters, you know, like if I want to be specific, like Christ Embassy, for example, none of the pastors can say the brethren have moved on, because they are still saying the same thing. We are still professing what we believe. And as long as what we are seeing is not what we have prophesied, we will not accept it. So the person that was speaking, the pastor that was speaking, she was speaking to our own congregation. So I think everybody every pastor knows their members better than anybody. So in that regard, she spoke according to what the atmosphere that the brethren in that church was living in, and she had to address that as a pastor, because the pastor is somebody that can design and also see what people are thinking, and also their reaction and the way they're talking. So she can see that they're not talking faith anymore, but they're talking let's move ahead and all those things. So she had to correct that, and let them know that life is not like that. Life is about determination. Life is about knowing what you want in life and going for it. Life is about faith. Faith never fails. If it didn't work, then it was not faith. And that's what I've been trying to also tell people here. You cannot one day say you don't believe in prayer. The next day you say you believe, and you expect it to work. You know, you have to understand that life is spiritual. It's very spiritual. And it's not everything that we see, you know, that is real, you know. So we just need to get it right. As people, we need to know that life is about the way you perceive it spiritually. It's not about what you see. And that is what our principal brings to us, Mr. Peter Obi. He sees that new Nigeria with his spirit. He has taken a hold of it. And he has been able to also communicate the same to us. And it's our duty to say the same thing with him. So if you are on this platform and you are still those type that will say, hey, Prayer is not prayer, it's not this, it's not that. Please change your attitude. You know, pray and also prophesy. Say what you want to see, because you cannot be vacillating and expect to see it. You cannot, bitter water and sweet water doesn't come out from the same mouth, from the same tap. You have to stay with one. You have to choose. You can't say today, yes, Peter Obi is coming. Oh, tomorrow, oh, let's pray, let's pray, let's pray. Hey, no, you got to say what you believe. If you know you have already prayed, what you say now is that he is coming. He is coming and nothing will stop it. That's a confession. And that's my confession, because Peter Obi is coming. He must come. There's no how he will not come. Because all I see, the person I see to be that one that will change Nigeria, that will bring that new Nigeria, that hope of mine for that Nigeria, to see every boy, every girl, every woman, every man fulfilling their destiny and enjoying their God-given inheritance, is only through Peter Obi. That's who I can see now that will bring it. And that's where my focus is. That mandate that we have given him collectively is where it is. My focus is there. So I'm not moved by what they are saying. I'm not moved by what they are doing. I'm not moved by what the judiciary is even going to say, because I believe in the God that the hearts of all men are in his hand. Kings and all is in the hand of God. He's able to turn it. And I believe in that God that is able to give that judge words on that day that he will speak. That same God that turned that Balaam, the tongue of Balaam, to prophesy good upon the children of Israel. I believe in that God. And that's what I see. So that is for that. Asari Tokubo, that one, you know, I want to say yes, that you cannot really believe that he has been banned. Okay, so people rejoicing and not rejoicing, I don't believe so. All this they are doing is just shenanigans to try to say, okay, people have been reacting and saying that Asari Tokubo is still, you know, he flaunted with AK-47 on the air. Nothing was done about him, and people like Emiefele and this EFCC, Bawo or something, they are all in DSS custody. Why Asari Tokubo is allowed to walk free? Then the other Abakari is allowed to. They release him. You understand? So it's all those criticisms that we have been criticizing the government that made them be writing out that they banned him. How? How can they ban him when he's working for them? When he's the person that employed, that they are the person that employed him, that Asari Tokubo, that meant with his boys, according to what we allege, that even as we speak, his boys are in a hotel in Abuja waiting for Judgment Day. The day the NLC went out for protest, Asari Tokubo boys came out also with Asari Tokubo protesting against the NLC. Did we not see all those things? So who are they deceiving? They cannot deceive me. They cannot fool me. All I know is that none of them will stand. Every tree that God has not planted in Nigeria must be uprooted. They must be uprooted in the name of Jesus. Yes, because they didn't come for good. As long as they didn't come for good, they will not be able to proceed. They will not be able to succeed. So, Tinubu, it's high time you leave that seat. Step down, because waiting you they find, you go see him. As you say, you don't want to go to your grave in peace. You will go in pieces. Because we, Nigerians, the well-meaning ones, we say no to your evil. We say no to your chains. We say no to your oppressions. We've had enough and we are not taking it. Obaseki, the other one is a deputy, and the other one that came out. So you even there for Benin, Benin be like that. You say you deal with oil and gas. The one that was speaking is Oviedo Pataki. Yes, Oviedo Pataki. Okay. So, I mean, who are you people going to use to make your political gains? Nobody. We are not going to listen to any of you. You are all birds of the same feathers. And we know you. This is how you people play katakata. last time with Obaseki and Oshomole. Now it's Obaseki and his deputy. Then you now came. You are now speaking for Oshomole and Obaseki. So please, you people should enter house. We are not interested in knowing what you people are doing. All we know is that we are going to put the right person that will bring that Edo to make Benin again great. That's the person that we will put there. So if you like, una run from pillar to post. None of you go enter that place. Una no go smell that place again. Thank God now that Mr. Peter Obi has come to show Nigeria that free and fair election is possible. So these beavers has come to stay. So we will see how Natis feel the rig election before. You know, will they possible anymore? Because this one, when he hooks so, he don't show colorful now. And every election from now on will be transparent, fair, and free from every of our oppression. So enter house, more than enter house. We are not, Benin people will not feel sorry for you. Look at what he's saying. Because you know Benin people are sometimes emotional. But no, nobody will fall for those things anymore. That's how Benin people fair for Obaseki when he and Oshomole was doing all the katakata we were doing. And look at where Benin is now. Benin has gone backward, more than even 40 years, 50 years. I've never ever, even when I was growing, I never saw Benin like that. Benin was so beautiful. Look at the way Benin look now. Can't even recognize Benin when I enter. So is that the same kind of people that I will still trust that city to? Never in my life. Never. And I believe Benin people are hearing and they have taken good conscience to know that you don't make good for that place. Yes, you don't. Even coming out with what your timeline of whatever you want to do will not be enough. You know, you're going to really tell us, because we look, our eyes are very open. With our eye don't hear reach back. Not going to give us any jargon of coming with your manifesto or saying, okay, because Mr. Blampata don't talk about, say yes, you go tell us exactly what you want to do, and also when you want to do it, maybe you go and cook up some jargon and bring. Don't worry, when you come, we know how we will get you, whether you really know what you talk. Did you hear me? So make una go prepare. And besides, not una we even want. Not be any of una we want. We definitely, God will present that person that will bring Benin to that limelight again. And that's what we want. So then which other one we Judiciary. Yeah, Judiciary that the Tinubu that said they should go and tear down the billboard. Oh, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. I thought you were. No, of course, you are not intelligent now. Why would I even want to? Because the way they praise you, you are a strategist. You are this, you are that. All the things that you have done now shows that, you know, they were overrating you. Yes, we're being overrated. Because how can somebody say going to tear down billboard will now remove what is the people's hearts? Before they went to do those eyes of the judiciary, don't you know that is what they have been? That is what they have conceived. You cannot take what is in a man's spirit. You can't take it. So those eyes on judiciary that you are seeing is what we carry in the inside. And we only just manifest it, show it to you that, look, but it's in. How can you remove the one in my heart? You can't remove it. So my eyes are still on the judiciary. Whether I like it or not, my eyes are on the judiciary. So, and I'm still going to be writing it everywhere. It's written a big bold in my heart already. So, judiciary, whether they pull and down or they not pull and down, una no say our eyes they on una. I'm gonna do the right thing. Because if una not do the right thing, hey, I'm sorry for una, because the thing when they come, a big pass una completely. Una not reach how many when they try to oppress us, so una not reach how many. Know that child needed there, so small child. Just imagine. Only 10 million Nigerians, if they face una, all of una not go see where raw enter. So make una do the right thing. I'm just telling you, I'm not saying take any side. Follow the constitution. Tinubu disqualify him because yes, he not get 25%. That's number one. Number two, if he forged document. 3, perjury. You know, the criminal record that he has in what they call it in America. That one did the drug narco. Then the one, Pedro, the one of the Guinean passports, citizenship. So you have a lot of things. Talk less of then the vote that he didn't have that they gave to him. No, I mean, come on, who does that? And then of course, another thing now is that what I also want to now make the judiciary take up is that Mahmoud should be arrested. He should be arrested because Mahmoud is the one that brought us to this place. So we are calling on the arrest of Mahmoud and Festus Ayamo. Those two people, we need to arrest them because they are the ones that brought Nigeria this mayhem, this pain that we are going through, and they shouldn't be allowed to go free. If they really mean that they have already banned Azari Tokubo from what they call it, from coming to the Aso Rock, then let them prove it to me. Let them prove it to Nigeria by arresting Mahmoud, Mumu Yakubu, and Festus Ayamo. So I think I will yield here so far. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Mr. Elvis. Okay. I think I will call the next person. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you guys hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, please speak to us.
I was calling on Regina Francis.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, man. I can hear you now, sir. Thank you very much. Please talk to us.
Thank you, Niger Watch, and thank you for keeping the light on. Judiciary, I know that you guys are doing your best, but please, your best is not good enough. I want to talk about one thing, and that is this billboard issue. You guys know the foundation of that billboard and the protection it has under the law. That's freedom of speech. And you guys cannot sit there and watch an agency under you, DSS, gag the mouths of Nigerians, and you are saying you are practicing freedom of speech. Now, let me see if I can remind you guys. In 1776 in America, when they were having this issue on that particular provision of freedom of speech in their constitution, that was one of the issues that took so long, because along the lines they were trying to determine whether slaves can enjoy the same freedom of speech as whites. You know, it was a very long argument until towards the end they turned to one man that they noticed has not even chipped in on that. And they asked him. His name was Patrick Henry. They asked him, "What do you think?" He stood up and he said, "In as much as I might hate everything you have to say, I will still fight and give up my life for your rights to say it. Thank you." And he went and sat down. The whole hall was like they poured cold water on it. Everybody was thinking about what this man said. That is the founding father of the freedom of speech. So, Tinubu, in as much as you may hate everything the billboard has to say, you should fight and give up your life if needed for our rights to say it. And you, the judiciary, now here is where I come on you. How can you sit there and watch an agency under you, DSS, violate that right to or shield that right from Nigerians? What kind of nonsense? I mean, you guys are already overburdened with a whole lot of things that are not right. Start standing up for something. And you guys at the DSS, you are fighting too much. Because it's like now you are trying to transform to become Tinubu's private army. Huh. Don't let Nigerians descend on you because you are biting too much. If you guys know whatever billboards you may have taken down, go back and put it back up. Because that is the protection that we have as a matter of freedom of speech. We can say what we want to say as long as it's not threat or anything that will injure somebody's life. Please go and put it back up. You made a mess this time. And Judiciary, I would like to appeal to you at this moment and propose to you, if possible, to pick on this case. I don't know your process, whether an attorney has to bring it in for you to address it, but you as a human being, as a Nigerian, pick it up on yourself right now and address it and order those DSS guys to go and put back those billboards. We cannot be walking backwards and say we are going somewhere. Who was it? Was it Abraham Lincoln that said, in as much as I might be walking slowly, but I never walk backwards? Why is Nigeria walking backwards? We are not even walking slowly, but backwards now. There's this Igbo proverb that says that he who walks backwards is going nowhere. So what in the world are you guys doing, sitting there and sipping your whatever and looking at this thing and knowing that this is wrong? It's very wrong. Okay, if you condone it today because it is Tinubu, how about tomorrow? If somebody named Adolf Hitler comes in, will you condone it? Or will you then start speaking out against it? You don't do that. Whenever that blindfolded woman, that Lady Justice, whenever she pulls down that blindfold and sees it's no longer justice. So why are you guys allowing all this nonsense happen? And under you, it's like everything now is coming to you guys, the judiciary. You guys, the judiciary. You guys, what nonsense is this? I'm quite sure that Nigeria is overdue. That constitution needs to be tweaked because a whole lot of things are wrong. And Tinubu, with you and these things you're doing, be careful because you are very close to treason with all these things you're doing. In as much as all those your cronies will say you're doing okay, believe me, when you balance it on that scales of justice, you will notice that you have gone too far. You have gone too far. And Justice Ariwoola, you're the Chief Justice. I, as a Nigerian citizen, am appealing to you now to defend and protect my rights to freedom of speech and restore that billboard about all eyes on the judiciary. It doesn't threaten anybody, but it's saying what I want to say. Please, I'm not even pleading, but it is my right. Advise those agencies under you, the DSS guys, to go and return those billboards. I don't know how else to file it in court, but I'm filing it right now. Return those billboards. Thank you. Yeah, Niger Watch, I'm done. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Okay. Mr. Elvis, I think maybe he's on a call or something. Okay, let me call on. Is Black Panther there? Mr. Black Panther. I don't have no. I can't really see the names of those that are on the platform. So okay, Mr. CM, please continue to speak to us before Mr. Elvis comes back. Thank you. Mr. CM.
I was talking to myself, really. I
Okay,
didn't.
please.
I didn't know I was muted.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Regarding what is it? Oh no. NLC plans for strike, Labor Congress. Anyway, such things I take it with mixed feelings. Initially, this strike has always been in the pipeline. Like I followed them, think was it 2 weeks ago or when it was quite fresh and topical. Then later I heard that they went into a meeting or maybe they are negotiating, and people are saying that their leadership has been sort of bribed or something like that, and they decided to shave it for now. I think I've had, maybe I may be wrong, but I think I had a news to that effect. Now, I don't know what has changed, whether the price of anything has changed or why they didn't go to strike then. Even at that, the strike they are going into, I think I would have loved a situation whereby the Labour Congress will tell INEC, I mean, we go to the, we protest peacefully anyway before the tribunal. Because to me, everything revolves around that tribunal. That's why we keep hammering on it. It's really a shame that this August, a whole 6 months after an election was held, yet it hasn't been concluded, just because of the fact that some vested interest want to keep Nigeria perpetually underdeveloped. I think I will urge Labour Congress to use the power they have, the followership they enjoy, and then tell the tribunal, sort of make an appeal to the tribunal to not to play this type of game they are doing. I mean, I don't really see why. What so does it mean if the tribunal, God forbid, confirms Tinubu? Do they not take cognizance of the fact that if of all the criminal record they are parading, if we can sack some politicians because of a forged certificate, what stops? In fact, it should have started from the presidency. So the guy should be disqualified. In fact, he should not have. If what they call misleading, when you even forge a document and present as genuine, it is not only that if you are found out, maybe you will be withdrawn or disqualified, but you will be prosecuted. You will. Because since the certificate from Chicago is fraud, if it's a forged, Chicago can take him to court too. You can't just forge. It's not enough to forge certificate. Even NYC tendering 2 certificates. I don't understand what these people are up to, but from the look of things, they should never at all. The verdict. Okay, Niger Watch.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. The verdict is quite clear. Because for somebody to contest any election, there should be eligibility. That's why they said you must have, you shouldn't be a kindergarten, you shouldn't be a teenager of 18 years, you want to be president. No, there's age limit. So, because there are prescribed requirements, you must meet those. Then when you then meet those things, then you not be shortlisted. You can then go and face the public. Tinubu forged everything. Ideally, he shouldn't be on the ballot. But because Nigerian system is so callous and so, corrupt, and then anything goes. That's why we are saying all this. How can a president be afraid to tell us about his past when ordinarily you should be number one citizen of the country? Anyway, I don't recognize him as such. It's just for nomenclature purposes. So I do not see why. In fact, thank God that P2B went to court. If it were the usual way of a go to court and everything is sealed, but he came prepared and then exposed them the more. So how can you go? How can somebody should tell me, how can somebody like Tinubu be in charge of Nigeria? Look at all the forgery. And even before our very eyes, those that forged are being disqualified. So which means he's not even supposed to be on the ballot, have an issue. Now that we've discovered, ordinarily should just be told to get away from there, and then they start prosecution. Because what you are trying to do is that you are telling people that hard work doesn't pay anymore, or that you can forge your way to relevance. It shouldn't. So that is the
And
whole.
everybody surrounding this man's cabinet, all of them are,
Exactly.
they are questionable characters. All of them.
Somebody boldly came out to say two credits and you got admission in the university. When they ask you, say there are other certificates, I don't go and bring them. Sometimes these are some of the things that the thing people do not know. I think P2B keeps saying it. The difference between third world and the first world is education, investment in education, health, these two things, and then probably the rule of law. That's all. These are the things that distinct. P2B said it, that make a country, they say this is a third world. It's just investment in education and healthcare. Nigeria, we are still talking of bringing crooks. We have more. I think it should be. I'm not quite sure about the figure, but I know Nigeria has more than 100 universities in Nigeria awarding degrees and graduating candidates. Yet, we go for the worst of us. How can you go? The fact that you forge certificate, you're already a fraudster. You are not supposed to. So you want to gain undue advantage. Look at the certificate you are parading. The one in Chicago forged. NYC that ordinarily you should get. You don't need to stress yourself. Just because you are more than 30 years old, when you apply for exemption. You want to serve, but circumstances beyond your control made it that you graduated, you got your first degree. When you are more than 30 years, you go and apply, get your exemption, and then wherever that certificate is needed, it's as good as you served. Yet you forge that one again. Everything is forgery. In fact, we've never elected somebody who has been in that, even if it's under military, that forged the nothing. Then this one, we are talking of how to massage his ego or trying to rehabilitate him, and people will even be saying it doesn't mean anything. If it doesn't mean, then why do we set standard? An Englishman told me, he said, look, if you can't enforce any law, you don't bother making the law. Not when you make a law, when there's a victim, a culprit, all you do is you find an excuse. Then you scrap the law. We could have made it that, education doesn't, if you can't forge anything, just accept. So that people wasting their time in the university will come out, say, after all, I don't need a certificate. If they need job in NMPC, bachelor's degree, geology, just go to one place. So write my name and write geology, put it in it, then that is it. When I go there, I do what I want. So that is the issue. I'm looking at it from the first principle. I believe INEC the tribunal must have looked into this. By the way, the person you want to be your president is also your boss. So how can you, with all your law degrees and experience and all the rigor, then you now bring a criminal like this? Meaning that I think somebody in those days when people used to promote him is smart, his age you don't know, and by family background we do not know. Educational accomplishment is zero. What he did, even the Lagos they claim he built, now look at, the chickens have come to home to roost. How can you even appoint somebody? That's why Peter B said anybody he will appoint, the certificate cannot be questionable. Look at the type of look at the people that are coming out to come and be minister. Those so many failing just at the first hurdle. You know, this is when we discuss this thing, then sometimes if you dwell on it so much, it doesn't give room for comfort. But then when you look at the man who we are trying to push across the line, then you will say, oh, there is hope. Because we know this like between night and day, darkness and light. When the man comes, I mean, we need somebody with steady hand, cool head, and focused mind. That's what we need. He will be focused with cool head and then steady hand to handle the affairs of state. Because that's what they call you inspire confidence in people. When you say certain things and they look at your background, at least there's no shade of doubt. Former governor of his state, 8 years, he didn't do what others normally do. He's not ingratiate himself or indulge himself aggrandizement. Contrary to the man who is there. How can you, okay now, just if I may ask, what of Alpha Beta? Is he still up and running? Collecting money from Lagos? Who is the owner? You. I mean, this thing in Nigeria, in fact, not really Nigeria, I want the tribunal, the shame so far, I know the man will go, but so far since May 29th, it cannot be washed off. The fact that people like this were even allowed to come close and you see people following him about, it's a big shame. Yes, if you break an egg, you can go and bring a replacement. But that particular one you break, you can never recover it. You may bring a replacement, yes. It's a shame. It's a dent on our history. Somebody is there. The people of Nigeria, everybody just know it's people that we want to be politically, show some little bit of respect to Nigeria. Say it's illegitimate. Those that know it inside out, like a George Galloway, writing in this thing, will tell you how that is a drug baron with a forged certificate, everything. Nothing is genuine. You can't tell him to bring one document about himself that you will say, yes, this document came from this man, and when you look at it, you authenticate it, is there. You can't. And yet you want to be president. So how then, okay, now he's there, they've sacked somebody from Kano. What if that person from Kano want a challenge, said they are discriminating against me? Am I the only person with forged certificate? In fact, I'm not going anywhere. If you want, you start from the top. Of course, he's referring to the man in Aso Rock. Everything forged. The certificate from Chicago, your own, 3 people signed it. The one Chicago State gives is only 2 signatures. The logo is different. The name, the gender. I mean, all this is a national disgrace. And some of us do not even look at it that way. Sometimes it is not really there's something they call glory. The glory of life is not money, it's not wealth, it's character. It's character. If you lose money, you didn't lose. If you lose wealth, you didn't lose anything. You didn't. Because it can be recovered. I remember the lady that cried to us here last month or something, who wanted to go to Germany, how she was defrauded all the money she spent. Assuming somebody said, okay, how much? Take a check. And which even here we get the money, some free will donations was made towards to sort of to offset the overall amount. If somebody should write and say, okay, since you lost 1 million naira, okay, take 1 million. If I find out that is wealth, you virtually did not lose anything. If you lose your health, well, you lost something, because there are some conditions you will be in, it's irreversible. Let's say spinal cord injury. You can't stand up again, you can't dance, you can't walk unaided. You've lost something, though you might still be alive. There are some terminal illness you will have. You've lost something you weren't having before. You've lost something because maybe you can't be fully fit the way you used to be. But there are ones you will have, with money you revive it. So when you lose health, you lost something, but not you can't lose the whole hope as long as you are breathing. But when you lose your character, you've lost everything, because that character is trust. The moment your character, you've lost character. People say that your character, no man, no man. All those, anyway, because in Nigeria, nobody cares for all those things. They say, some will say, the character go chop. But when you are dealing with people, how can, look, when people even see Tinubu talking, people will say, look at this man. By the time you are looking at him, somebody will tell you, look at George Galloway. And they are talking about the man you are in the table. You are dictating, you want to go and restore democracy in Niger. What of your country? How did you win? What certificate did you give to INEC, electoral body, to clear you? How did you declare your intention? A question was asked. Do you hold any foreign citizen? You said no. That is perjury now. That is perjury. It doesn't mean that if you say you have more than 10 citizenship, that doesn't mean you haven't broken the law. You said yes. But why did you perjure on it? And then you are coming out tomorrow, you will say you are sitting in ECOWAS, you are sitting in judgment over people. You see, Nigerians do not know really the gravity of the mess this man has dragged Nigeria. It only takes somebody like Peter Obi, though not a saint, but let us say from that, like I said before, from a black pot, then a white ogi, white pap will come out. Yoruba say it, and it means a lot, which means we are heading somewhere. You cannot discard the black pot and say, look at the white that came out. Proper, if this is if this is part of nation building, what Nigeria has to go through to remind them, but then I wouldn't count on it until Peter Obi assumes the full responsibility as the commander-in-chief. Then that is when we know that, yes, all those years of sacrifice, keeping quiet, keeping calm, not taking the laws into our hands, and making things that just, hoping against hope that eventually it paid off. Yes, when he comes in, he steadied the ship. You can now look at him and say, at least, whatever it is, he's clean. He didn't forge certificate. We know his record. We know where he comes from. He hasn't got any house in Dubai or any part of he hasn't. I don't think he's like that. He's not that corrupt. He's not flamboyant. He's not going to steal money. Rather, he's going to be sympathetic, and he's going to handle the economy the way it should be, not being extravagant or wasting money on frivolities and trying to even cheat the system by arrogating so many things to himself. Such man can't do it. That's what they say, you are comfortable in your skin. Whatever it is. Money is not there. Money is not it. Everything cannot be money, cannot be cut here, cutting deal. Is it okay? In fact, maybe if there's anybody investigating, is Alpha Beta still running in Lagos? Somebody should investigate. Is Alpha Beta, is he still running? Or has he been worn down? Has he been dissolved or put in abeyance? Pending because that is a public, you can't be handling private business and be a public officer. Maybe that is another thing some people should go and look into. See, man, sometimes when you are in a bad mood when you are in something like this, you wonder, why should you even be telling all eyes on judiciary? The judiciary should even be the people that should be much, much worried. Look at what they are doing. Look at
now tell me, what is the delay is all about now?
I don't know. What are you delaying? Look, the case has even made itself that whatever it is, he said, look, because there is one, you might play football before you know you are celebrating. The opponent will tell you that out of 11 players, there is one that has been suspended for the 2 months, which you fielded. That is where they say, you scored a clean goal. We know you played it from your center circle, nothing. We know, no red card. But is this man supposed to eligibility first? Is he eligible? That is the issue. So they will say, oh, this player is not eligible. As a result, you shouldn't have even featured him. So even if you score 1,000,000, we take the trophy from. It happened now. Nigeria won. Nigeria was won bronze. I think was it either Sydney Olympic. Is it Sydney in the relay? Later it was discovered that America that won the first position. What is it called? This lady that It's like a drug move. I've forgotten her name that runs Marion Jones or Marion Dunton. Because of she participated in the relay, they disqualified the America from number 1 off. Then those were number 2 now moved to number 1. Nigeria from number 3 moved to number 2 and take silver. So that is the system. That is what they call, so that you don't cheat the system. It's not, sometimes it's not the outcome. You can't tell me what certificate, all this in forgery, perjury here. Then later you tell me, okay, he won 50 states. Even if he won the whole 36, but is he eligible to be on the ballot? You start from first principle. That's what we are saying. That is the logic. That is what tribunal should say. You start from the first principle. We are not talking whether you won. It happened in Bayelsa. The election in Bayelsa, they say it's free and fair. They're not even trying to contest. APC won. The man cleaned it. But they say the deputy, because there's a joint ticket, the deputy forged the certificate. So because of that, your millions of votes doesn't count anymore. It means you are not supposed to be on the ballot. So you go PDP, and then the next number 2 or whatever, you move to number 1. That is the way it's done. So this man is not even eligible. He's not. They know when he was governor of Lagos State, they say he has been sworn in immunity. Now, before then, what happened? He has to go and change so many things. Where he put Ibobik, is it government college Ibadan? He refused. He said instead of to be on the safe side, he won't put anything again. Government college Lagos, he did not put. Southwest College or Richard Daly College in Chicago, where he did associate. He removed all those, feeling that let me check. But ordinarily, the form, if your name in 1999 should be what it should be in 2023, unless you swear an affidavit that you change your name, and we must know in between. Otherwise, it's the same name. You can't suddenly dribble INEC then later you come out to another thing. I mean, this is so, and that's why people would say Nigerians are fraud. When they talk of Nigeria, they say, I read a Time magazine before where they said Nigeria's contribution to world civilization is limited to advanced free fraud, narco trade. What is the other one? Narco trade, corruption, and probably I've forgotten the 4. And this is because of Tinubu. A president will not be there. When people want to talk, say, is he not this drug baron? Not only that, a false certificate, and we are leaving him there. Tomorrow they are talking, the president will talk this. The man should be in prison, because what he's trying to do is want to enthrone a culture of a culture of criminality at the highest level. Somebody will now say, why am I even doing you service? Suffering all this thing to get a discharge certificate when Tinubu didn't do it and it was given to him. Somebody will say, but why should I even be studying, write a degrees, and can't I go and forge my own certificate? After all, Tinubu did it, and now he's the president. And tomorrow they will say he's a visitor to a university. Maybe the president will come and you see him shaking students, giving them certificate. Look at it, the dirty hands. Well, you see, I believe INEC is listening. The tribunal is listening. This is a serious issue. It has to border on character. That's where I'm coming from. Forget any cat. Any cat can kill the rat. Nigeria is not lacking the cat that can kill. We have, but we cannot, because of we want to kill the rat. Like Yoruba will say, want to eat meat. I call Malu my brother, just because he want to. Then look at the worst of his kind is now the president. Say he's a president of Nigeria. Everything shrouded in secrecy, fraud, even age. Look at your daughter. How old is your daughter? Over 60 or almost 60. Then how old are you? And you are celebrating 71, 72. And people are not ashamed to even look at. And these are what you have I'm not making it up. It's in the public domain. Tomorrow they say we have a president. Let us wish him well. He will try. He didn't cost for subsidy. All this nonsense. It's a punishment. But God, if this is what we have to pass through, the last hurdle, just the humiliation before the international community, before P2B comes, so that a new dawn will begin. So be it. You know better, but To me, this cup, it should be taken away from us. It's a Passover anyway. It's frustrating because it doesn't encourage you. When you look at the man, people look at their president as inspiration. When Obama became American president, they went to Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta. They were interviewing blacks. They say because of this man, he has inspired us. Even if I don't, as a black with all the racism, I must make sure that I become somebody because of him. He inspires. Now look at the person we put in us. How can this person inspire you? Fraud. Lagos State is in your pocket. Everything. We know all this, and yet we are still talking. You can't. Of course, it will, if you plant darkness, that's why Nigeria continues to be dark. Nigeria is like a very dark space. No light, no vision, nothing. Everything is just going backwards. People are suffering. Nothing. The man there is a fraud. Even if God wants to be patient with us, he said, look at, how can you go and choose a fraudster to be your leader, and then you feel that he can hold a torch a light? No way. He can't walk. So please, on my bended knees, I am the tribunal. There is nothing, there is no, the question, the verdict I want to hear is that this man shouldn't have eligibility. You just go into it, because this is not everything. Go into eligibility. Who is eligible to contest? He is not. By extant law, the law we have made by ourselves for ourselves, he's not supposed to even be close to the corridor of power with all the no single certificate, primary school, nothing, secondary school, somebody who will be number one citizen, university, everything is shrouded in secrecy. Fraud. Yet you did the worst type of the damaged Nigerian image in America. I forgot. It's up. Then look at the sun. See, my dear, all these things is just like anyway. They know it. I'm not saying I'm not. People know more than I do, but let them have the courage. Shylock said that Daniel is came to judgment. They say why they are wise judges. Let them do the needful. Remove the mind, say it, and then with a verdict that never again should somebody one INEC that before maybe you give INEC 1 year to start screening. If you want to be president of Nigeria, a year before you don't need to forget about party. You submit whatever certificate. You give INEC a chance so that they publish it, gazette it. People can go any part of the world to go and check. It's not a question of it's from my hand and then I put it in an envelope, give to one INEC officer, they open it and then talk it. Everything should be published on the national newspaper, even on TV, everywhere, a year before, so that if you are doubting the university, we can all go and make inquiry before then to save ourselves this rubbish that dying minute. The people are telling us that certificate you tendered is a forged certificate. Niger Watch, let me yield here for people to contribute. Thank you.
It's sad.
It's very sad. Very sad. Can we be talking like this? Forgery, perjury. And we are still talking. Then why? Of what use? Why do we?
Judiciary don't even supposed to delay this judgment at all. They're not supposed to.
Eligibility is okay. You see, forget about a vote from Kaduna. Look, it's not. First of all, this man is not even eligible to have been there. It's a mistake. You remove the person first. That is the way to do it. That is the way. You play football, they saw under 17, you are more than 17 years. It doesn't mean whether you are this, first of they remove you first. That is the first thing. Eligibility, it's only when you're eligible, then you now go to meet the public. You are not eligible. Based on the certificate you gave, you are not eligible. You forged it. So that's fraud. Can you come and tell people you bring certificate very bogus and you are carrying it? People are even coming to defend. Primary school, oh, Keyamo said, Genesis will stay at home and write. Okay. Secondary, Genesis, Afebe Balola didn't go to secondary
school. I don't know, to be honest. I don't even know what to say about Nigeria anymore. But for me, I'm still finger crossing for judiciary to do the right thing.
Exactly.
All the information reaching me outside these broadcasts and all that. So everything looks good to me. So this week, latest next week, we all will know our fate. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Let me quickly hear from other people right now. Peggy Modi, thank you very much for your super chat. Thank you very much, madam. May God bless you. I appreciate you for your continued support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you, all my people. All right. Let me go to Ronke Station. Thank you very much. You stayed with us from beginning to now. I would like you to talk to us in 5 minutes. Final submission, if you're still there. Okay, you are not there right now. That's fine. Okay, I'll just move on. Everybody's giving a final submission right now. Dr. Ken, are you there? Okay, Dr. Ken, you are not there right now. I'll come back to you guys. Let me see if Madam Nena is still there as well. Where is everybody? Madam Nena is not there as well. Everybody does sleep. Oh. Madam Helen, are you there?
Where is Black Panther now? I've not heard him.
No, Black Panther don't come out. Madam Helen, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much, madam. Please give us your final submission. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Elvis.
Mr. Elvis, I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. I was running to come unmute myself.
Oh, okay. I'll come back to you then. Let Madam Helen finish. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead, Madam Helen.
Every well spoken too. Our interest is the judiciary. Whether they want, like Madam Nena said, whether they want to pull down the billboards and all that, it doesn't matter. What we have in our heart, they can't come and pull down. And we'll use it to ask for the right thing to be done. We are not asking for much. We are just saying, speak the truth because it's obvious. Do the truth. It's there's a difference between black and white. This is white. So why don't you run with it? You know, so why all the delay? Why all the dilly-dallying? If not for the fact that, like I've seen a lot of people say, the king is guilty. And so we are now trying to see how we can, cover the mess and come up with something. There's absolutely nothing that you can come up with judiciary. Just do the right thing. Okay, you've pulled down billboards now. People are carrying banners, and people are carrying handbags. People are carrying, all sorts right now. Are you going to go to those people? People are wearing t-shirts, or will you start beating Nigerians on the streets and say, don't wear your t-shirt that you spent money and bought? Let's say I go to the market now and I see a t-shirt that says, judiciary, do the right thing, and I spend my money and buy it. Will you come and beat me and say I shouldn't wear it? Of course you cannot, because it's my right. I have the right to say, judiciary, do the right thing. I've seen cases like I think somebody pointed out in the US where there was a case, and people every day they go to the court and then they pile up and carry, placards, and they insist that the right thing should be done. So why are we not thinking that the people, the obedient asking for judiciary to do the right thing is blackmail? It's only in Nigeria that impunity, becomes, the order of the day, because we have done it over and over and over, and we're used to it. Poto don't rob us for body. Te. So we've been, trying to come out of it now is like, trying to come out of a pit hole that is so deep that you probably think you'll never be able to come out of, but we are coming out of it whether they like it or not. Judiciary will do the right thing. They have no choice. Yes, let them keep delaying. Let them, hang on to this information that they know is right. And when they come out, they will come out. And when they open their mouth, they will open their mouth and they will give the verdict to favor a principal. They have no choice, because if they don't, I don't know whether there's any hiding place for them and their cohorts. So I don't think so. Say they are talking about coup in Niger. Meanwhile, we had a political coup here, and nobody is bothered about it. And they are planning to force that coup on us. And ECOWAS is not getting up and saying, let's go and insist that Nigeria is saved from this political political satanic criminals. You know, they are going to Niger, I mean, for a place where something happened and people are celebrating and jubilating and saying, this is what we want. And they say, no, you cannot have what you want, because they don't actually care about the people. Their interest is not for the people. They just get up and say, democracy is for the people. It's not for them, just them, so that they keep sharing, and then they keep sending prayers, you know, and say a prayer has been sent to your mailbox. Thank God that up to today, me have not received, so I can say no prayer was sent to my mailbox. And I don't think it will ever be sent apart from them. Criminals sending prayers to criminals. That's what we keep having. That's why they are shameless. They don't have shame. They don't have shame. You see people that you would have respected, and you expect to do the right thing. When they get into that offices, something just happens and it turns their head, and they begin to act like, you know, shameless. This is people that their children look up to at home as heroes. When they come to the public, they disgrace themselves and they disgrace their families. Judiciary, you will do the right thing, whether you like it or not. You will do the right thing. If it is whatever they are using to, you know, manipulate you people, you come out and you do the right thing, whether you like it or not, by fire, by force. Thank you so very much, Mr. Elvis.
You see, I will support you on that by the special grace of God. They should do the right thing. But the truth of the matter is, God, in the history of Nigeria, personally, I have never trusted Nigerian judiciary. Personally, I can't speak for others. But it would have been nice to see that the judiciary restore their names. By doing the right thing, nobody is asking you to favor Obi. Nobody. Just do the right thing. I'm not sure that is too much to ask for. You know what is right, then do it. Somebody just wrote right now in the comment section saying that 20 soldiers were killed today by Boko Haram, or rather bandits, any names you call them. In the process of we asking for the judiciary to do the right thing, people are still dying. People are losing their lives. Oh, wow. Madam Nena, please talk to us. Final submission.
Yeah, thank you so much once again. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I like Mr. CM's submission. You know, I like the submission, especially the part where he's saying that, you know, at those points in time, in this case, before the judiciary, is as simple as ABC. Somebody could say, you're not a lawyer, why would you say that? But honestly, come to think of it, is this not very glaring? First of all, the major issue, apart from how many votes that was scored, is that this individual is not even qualified in the first place to even contest this election. So how was he even cleared to even contest the election? How? If not that all these people allowed themselves to be compromised. He was bribing every left, right, and corner, from the primaries to everything, and then, you know, completed the whole thing with Yakub Mahmoud. If not, this man is not even qualified in the first place to even contest the election. It baffles me how human beings still support this guy. Somebody whose life, everything about this man is all about lies. From his name, his origin, everything. Everybody that's supposed to know that comes around me, the one question I will ask them, please, can you give me a little bit of life history of this man? They can't say. They can't say. The only thing they say is the governor of, I know he's governor, he was one time governor of Lagos State. Can you tell me a little bit about this man? They don't even know. The judiciary, this person you people are working with, you know, trying to delay. Like, do you people even know him? Are you even proud to allow somebody Or will you be proud to allow somebody who you cannot even tell a little bit of his story about who he is to be your leader? You, the judicial, all of you are educated with all your qualifications. For those of you that truly went to school, because this period has even shown us that there are people who have been working as lawyers who don't even have certificates, practicing. Maybe some of them may have jailed people, some of them may have fined people, some of them may have done one or the other in the name of bringing justice. We suddenly realized that none of them don't even have. But I want to believe that you all are educated. How can you allow such a character to stay as your leader? Is that not a shame? Is that not very disgraceful? In a country where we have intellectuals and we allow somebody who has no primary school history, secondary school history, nothing. The university he claimed to go started as a female, finished as a male. Are you kidding? And you want to allow such a person to remain your leader? Like myself is to say, I've never trusted anything about Nigeria. But this time around, I want to give the judiciary the benefit of the doubt. I want to give you the benefit of a doubt. Do the right thing. It is very obvious that this man is not even qualified to contest this election in the first place. Recently, I think he's in Kano State or where. They said that somebody was just recently disqualified because the person submitted forged results. You know, see this forgery. It's like the thing is even too common in Nigeria. So I don't know how many people that heard the story. News recently from somebody, I think from Kano State or one of these northern states, was disqualified. Somebody that just contested, whether House of Reps or what.
The NFPP rep.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know?
You know,
do you know where this? Do you know where the real forgery is in the civil service?
It's ridiculous. So
civil
if you can disqualify that person for forging results, what is?
He forged his primary school result. The NFPP Kwankwaso party House of Rep member.
You see,
it was removed last week.
Last
week, yeah, we reported it here.
So if that person can be removed, why not Tinubu? Because it's obvious that this man did not go to school. I don't even believe that Tinubu even went to any school at all. Festus Keyamo shamelessly came and was telling the world that he.
And guess what? It was APC that removed him. He was removed, replaced with an APC person.
You see? You see? It is ridiculous. So please, if it means us begging you, please rescue this country from this impending doom. Rescue us from this shame and disgrace. Rescue this country. Our eyes are on you. Billboard or no billboard, our eyes are on you. Rescue this country from this mess and do the right thing. Do the right thing. Tinubu is not even qualified to contest election in the first place. Do the right thing. Disqualify this man. He's not even qualified in the first place. He's a criminal, a crook. It's a shame that the most populous black nation in the world is being ruled by a criminal.
It's true.
It is a shame that the supposedly giant of Africa is ruled by a criminal. The one that the whole of African nations see as their big brother is ruled by a crook and parade of criminals, because it's not just him and everyone else that follows him. Judiciary, we are waiting for you. Do the right thing. We are waiting. What are you waiting for? What is the delay about? Do something. Let's get out of this mess. Thank you so much. I just raised my case here.
God bless you, Madam Nena. Thank you so much. Yes. To be honest, if I have to look at it in your own view, it's a big shame, though. To be honest, it's a big shame to know that Nigeria, a whole Nigeria, a supposed giant of Africa. Both the president and almost all his cabinets, all are criminals. Wow. I never seen this guy TV. This one oppression. Hey, broad daylight decisions are taken. The last hope we have right now is just the judiciary. And they are already showing some signs of manipulation or compromisation. I still give them some doubt. Hopefully. Let's see if Dr. Ken is with us now. Dr. Ken, are you there? Okay, that's fine. I'll just leave Madam Patricia out of it. Leave Ronke out of it. Everybody that I've called before that didn't answer, just leave every one of you out of it. I'll come to Oga CM. Oga CM, please give us a closing remark.
Okay, yeah, let me. Thank you. So, in rounding up, Niger Watch, I thank you. Let the last word belong to you for providing alternative, because this is alternative. You know, the thing is, the work we do here or you do here, it's just that people can, when you hear a breaking news in Nigeria or whatever, you may think that TVC, NTA, maybe we show it. No, they may not, or they may gloss over it. But when we came here, okay, by the way, how many Nigerian media are still discussing Tinubu's qualification? If not here, it's only here. They've all felt that nothing more to discuss. They don't know that is their duty. Even when the person crosses the line, allegedly, then you will still start to be looking into the past. So the job of a watchdog, I think this is an example what they really mean by an independent media that can look things dispassionately and then make informed commentary like all of us are contributing. So this is exactly why your place in history, at least in this election, is assured, because it takes quite a lot of conviction, not really courage, conviction to say, look, you are convinced that this is what should be done. Things should be this. People can have courage to go and fabricate something. People can have the courage to be blatantly, distorting news. That's courage. But there's what they call conviction. You are convinced in a cause when it wasn't fashionable, when most people are yet to grasp what it is all about. But you look through it and then say, look, this should be the way to go, and then urge people to join you in that journey. And so far, look at. That's why one day I told you, I said, what if all this revelation about Tinubu is about P2B? People will nail you to the cross. Say, see, but when you when you think back, you say,
You are right. You are very right.
Because that is the way you know. If you forget, that's why I've said this. I think I said it once in the past. I said, sometimes when you are so annoyed or whatever, he said, God, thank you. What if this man I've been preaching, dedicate my channel to? Later, we are hearing all this, maybe pedophile here, all those dirty, that border on character, not really performance, whether he couldn't tar road in Anambra, that is different, that is capacity. But character, before you know this, one madman will come say it was me, one woman will carry one baby, and then one bank in Germany will release one, that is when you now say, hey, in fact, people would have finished you. Now, by now, you should have. But when you look at it, you say, thank God, his character is worthy to be emulated. Imagine somebody in Nigeria, of all places, yet when he tells you that the British people here gave him $7 million, come and take loan and do business, when he never applied because they've gone through his records. Somebody who lived in UK, had a permanent residency. The day he want to move back to Nigeria, he said, Britain, take back your thing. I'm no longer permanently resident. I will be coming with visa. That is like committing suicide. But he did it. And that was then. So what type of cleaning? If you set a standard, if you find him guilty in terms of moral background, it means that the saints in heaven and angels will also be corrupt. So for you to identify yourself with such, whatever it is, you beat your chest. You tell people, look, this is the person I'm supporting. They will say, but the character is clean. The character is what matter. I've told you, if you lose your money, somebody can help you get it. You lose your car, robber snatch, they buy another one for you. Those are wealth. You lose your health somehow. It can be amended, or what, you can regain it. But you lose your character, but you forget it. Particularly when you are dealing with the West. So that is the issue. That's why we have to celebrate this man and then celebrate you too although I'm not good at praising people, but when I look at it critically, you now find out that you will say, I mean, you did the right thing.
God bless you.
People,
CJN.
and people and you drag people along. They join me in this journey. Moderator, all of them, Alex said they didn't agree with you in those days. But now, the person you have, that is the character we have to look at. You know, I mean, like what you are in the UK, you lived in the UK. You know, if you want to contest, you don't say, I want to tar road from London to Southampton. No, nobody's interested in hearing that. When you raise up your hand, all they are trying to do is, which primary school did you attend? Secondary school. They start looking at your record. Go to the school. By the time they bring out 3 or 2 revelations, you withdraw. So it's not that's because they believe in character. Character won. Boris Johnson lost his premiership or prime ministership. Why? He told people that lockdown, and he was celebrating party with his own money. And when they showed the party now, was it rich? Is it not him and one black lady dancing with under light in his flat in Downing Street? Yet he lost his destiny because they want that character. And that is what P2B is emulating, and that is the direction P2B will show, because when he's there, we tell you that, look, nothing. And then we look at him. But when a drug baron is there now, people will feel that, Shebi, if I do you have connection? Yes, you have. You bring in one substance, and then there you go. So let me not waste your time. Thank you, Naija Watch, for the platform. It's really an eye-opener. This is the alternative. This is what they call independent media. Nobody pays you. Arise can say they are owned by Ndoko Baigbena, who might be they have one political leaning. AIT is Dokwesi is PDP. TVC is the Agbado in charge. Then Channels TV, that one is anywhere Beleface. If you buy the Buhari, they sang for Buhari or Sote, the man, I don't know. So this one, nobody's bankrolling you. Therefore, you can easily, and you don't know who is coming. Whoever enters. Whoever didn't enter, that's all. So that tells you that the independence, that a freedom, come and say what is in your mind about the news of the day. This is where people come in and say what is in their mind. Nobody teleguides anybody. In fact, you don't even know who will join you on the day. You don't know. All you know is that first come, first serve. So thank you very much, and good night, everybody. Thank you.
CM, you've said it all. Thank you. May God bless you. I like the last word. The last word. Nobody knows. I don't normally know who is joining me.
Yes.
You know, and I really like that from you, because you know that despite how important you are to my platform, I've never one day call you before coming on air to say, Augustine, please join us so we want to go on air. I just come here, look forward to those that will join me randomly, and that's what I do. And I want to also thank you for your continuous recognition of our effort on this platform. You have always talked about it, and others. I want to say thank you very much, my people. You put a lot of smiles in my face and give me the reason to continue to do what I'm doing, especially when people recognize your efforts. You want to do more. I was telling somebody the other day, you know, it was actually complaining his sister to me, you know, that his sister promised him school fees and all that, blah, blah, blah. The person came to the UK, promised him school fees and all that. And then at the end of the day, you know, he now paid some kind of amount which is not up to what she promised. Then he's not angry, you know, and all that. So the first thing I ask is that, did you ask your sister why she could not fulfill her promise? And he said yes. And our reason doesn't make sense to him. I was like, person way making money, he tell you say not fit fulfill land, but at least give you for his side. You say reason not make sense to you, and not be you make the money. So what I'm trying to say here, not to go into details on that, ungratefulness will make people run away from you. Why those that show gratitude for little, more will come in. Gratitude doesn't have to be in financial way. It's just like the way Augustine talked to me just now. It means a lot. And many of you are always doing this. I want to say thank you. It means a lot. There are sometimes I don't even want to come out. When I think of the people that is looking up to me to come out, I just, okay, let me come out. Let me come out. Everybody can like you. That's sure. I don't have problem with that. That's fine. It's a normal thing. You know, that's what every human being is passing through.
Sorry, Peter B said if it happened that everybody like me in Nigeria, he will go away. He will.
Exactly. That's what he said in the last broadcast. Yes.
You know, it's not normal.
It's not normal. Yes. Everybody can like me. That's fine. But the ones I recognize that I know that they are looking up to seeing me, when I think of them, I just want to come out. You know, I want to thank you, Augustine, once again. Thank every one of you that is genuinely appreciating my effort and what I'm doing. The only thing different between you and I is because I own the platform. Otherwise, we all are doing the same job. To be honest, we're doing the same job. The only difference is that, yeah, the platform is mine. So it means that if the platform was for Garciem, it will also allow me to come there every day. Now me go tire. Right? So please, my stand always is let's continue to do the right thing. You see now, you see, the word why they talk all the time, do the right thing, stand for what is right. Don't be able to tell the judiciary do the right thing now. If you are part of the people that is calling judiciary to do the right thing, and in your heart, in your secret lifestyle, you yourself don't do the right thing. You see, say you are in big trouble. Because even the people that is wicked, satanic, are also joining us saying now, judiciary, do the right thing, do the right thing. And just an hour ago or yesterday here, he hurt somebody. He do something wrong to somebody. Life can't work like that. What you know you cannot take. Let me put it like that. Whatever you know as Mr. B, you can't accept from anybody. Don't give it to anybody. Don't. If you slap somebody and you are smiling, what about if somebody wants to slap you? Will you allow them, or after they've done it, will you be happy? It's very difficult to do the right thing. But it's just the mindset, how you train yourself to. You don't need to be perfect. Me, where they taught to you, so I don't wrong so many people for my life. And I don't still apologize to so many. Even this broadcast today, now somebody go there and I go say I offend them. Now, so they be. But you deliberately causing people's pains and you celebrate, like I referenced to some Yahoo, all those Yahoo people who steal from others to enrich themselves. Then they'll come to the community where they belong. People will be calling them Odogu, don't arrive. Their mother will go to church and give thanksgiving to church, say, my son have made it. It be as it gets. To be honest, your son travel, he come back, you don't know where he go, or he dey house within a month or two, he buy Benz, he put you for front, you enter, you dey tell and say, my son, I felt no say you go make him for life. How you say make him, you not ask him? My son, I know say you go make him for life. When you dey grow, come, your smartness, now I know say you must make him. How does that make sense, for Christ's sake? Augustine, what I'm telling you, so you know, say they spend time for Nigeria. If you come Nigeria, Augustine, oh God, you'll be tired. Say, no be only government be our problem. We ourselves, we are a big problem to ourselves. Okay. See young boys where America come extradite now. I don't know whether I hear them yesterday. America came to extradite a 19 years old and a 20 years old boy in Abuja. You know, all the way from America, I can't extradite these people. Say me they come America, come suffer. They never go abroad before. That's the funny part of it. They never go abroad before. America, what they did was they dressed as man use PG talker, they dressed like woman. Till they chat with man. Then the man, you know, so sometimes these Oyibo people, they still mumusha. God. Now, Due to all this now, at the end of the day, they can exchange private pictures. That pictures where they exchange, those 19, 20 years Yahoo boys, so wait for Nigeria, can they use them to blackmail these Americans? Different people, individuals. So it can't be like, say, some of them during the process, some of them take their lives, some of them frustrated and whatever. You know, it was serious for America to now say they need to bring them all the way from Nigeria, come UK, come suffer. You know, say the matter was strong. Just yesterday here. That make me they talk, say, because of the judiciary of it, we cannot even discuss so many other things anymore.
It's true.
Okay, tell me now, what is 19 years old looking for in life?
In life, at that age.
At that age, you're already scamming people. Then your mother will be praying for you. Your father will be praying for you. How can useless father and mother be praying for a child, your son, your daughter, that is making money illegitimately? You cannot sit down to ask your child, how do you make this money? You put them down, start praying for them. Make that prayer kill your head. Because for me, let me tell you guys, my stand in life is I see everybody as human being. Nobody should come here to change my memory, say now Igbo be this, now black be this. I'm not interested. Human being, and everybody work hard for their money. You should be like, say, thank you very much, Amaka Fojebi, for this super chat. May God bless you. You said, thanks for all you do. God bless you always. May God bless you too, madam. May God bless you. Let me use this as a case scenario. Just like I spend 6 hours here every day, God used people to give me super chats. Now I can't reach my account. Now every money where people give me now, one boy don't say he gets sense, say he's smart for computer. He don't take all my money. Then they call out do go for on our community. It's painful now.
Exactly.
No, to be honest, it's painful. For me, I cannot see that as smart. It's not smart. If you are smart, event stores that will generate money for you, not steal from hardworking people. So our government have a lot of problems, and we, the citizens, we have a lot of problems. If we have a good government, then everything will start to work. That's why I've said it so many times on this platform that everybody needs to be handled with an iron hand. I don't say some people, everybody. Then I ended it by saying corrupt politicians, there should be a capital, they should reintroduce capital punishment for corruption to end. They should reintroduce capital punishment. While every citizen should be handled with an iron hand. Iron hand means, say, for example, our 1999 constitution, if, for example, say, if you slap person, your prison jail are 2 months before, automatically you change that to if you slap person, your prison jail are 1 year. You see, times 5, Abi?
Yes.
It's not times 5 or times 10. So from there, everybody. So now, if you go steal, it may be stealing. All those things, I don't know them for constitution, I know they follow them, but all of the day constitution. Maybe the maximum J time for armed robbery, for example. Say you don't kill or just armed robbery, you go rob. Maybe, for example, now 5 years maximum J time. Then, because of that word I used, that handled all of us with an iron hand, then you go take them from that maximum with the 5 years before, take and go 25
or 50
or 50. Let everybody face it for Nigeria to be better. If not, we go nowhere. I know many people will say, no, it's too harsh. Now, too harsh, they find me and you for years. So you and I go grow. We go grow old. Our time go pass. The other generation will continue. They'll still they say, it's too harsh, it's too harsh. They'll constantly grow, they're old. Their time go pass. The other generation say, oh, it's too harsh, too harsh, too harsh. Now, the too harsh, too harsh, too harsh, too harsh. Now, put us for where with this. So, if they put your neighbor, because, say, he go peace, for ordinary road where and it's not allowed for UK, you don't feel carry the piece anyhow. Yes, you can't do it. Or may you eat finish, may you roll down. You throw away your wait till you eat the leftover of what you ate, you throw it on the floor and you are still driving. I cannot do it.
Okay.
Except you are in an isolated area. If we manage to handle ourselves properly, not only the government that will change, many Nigerians, their mentality have been backward. Now backward did they go? Backward. So you need to bring them back again to life by sanctions, by proper penalizations. That is the only way we will have a better Nigeria. I'm telling you, somebody told me when I was discussing this with my private friends, they say, that means you must be a dictator for you to be able to do this. If you want you being a dictator for your country to be better, nobody will remove you. If you want to be a dictator for your country to become the best country in the world, nobody will remove you. The only people that will work to remove you are the people that is being affected, the corrupt politicians. That's how it works. They'll coup, they'll plan, say they must remove them. And listen, removing you is not even the issue. What's your footprint after you've been removed? That's the most important thing. I'm telling you, your footprint. Let people continue to reference to you. When CM was my president, God, although now only 2 years he spent, they can't overthrow or they can't impeach him or whatever. But that 2 years will become, we'll call the learner for school as history. Say so year like this, there was somebody called CM. He was the president of Nigeria, but he lasted for 24 months. He was forcefully removed by satanic people, blah, blah, blah. But he was the best in our record, the best president that we've ever seen in the history of Nigeria. Then automatically you become a history because you left a good footprint. But what do we know when we talk?
Do you know, Nigeria? What do you know? I once asked a British traffic warden or something. I said, look at the amount you people put. Say if you park your car or you just pass through red line or bus this thing, 60 pound, 100 pound, fine. Say why? It's too me. Say something. Say why not 10 pound, 20? The man laughed. He said no. He said we don't even need that 100. Even if it's 1,000 pound, we don't need it. What we want to tell you is that behave well. Keep your money. Just behave. You see the way they change society.
I say, for me, I drive for area where they say more for drive 40. I drive 41. 41, no, my people, 41 I drive for UK. 24 hours later, or they tell 24 hours or maximum 42, maximum 3 days. They carry letter come my house. Now picture of my car I see.
Yes.
And fine. Area where they say make I feel, make I sign, make I send back for court hearing. Then I can't sign. And you person don't they talk to you now. Only you are letter they talk now. Then you know how to fill it, send it. The court can't judge me later. They can't take 3 points from my license. They can't give me fine of about 120 pounds.
See, for that small thing.
Just that. Now 41 I drive, my people. 141. Now 40 the same I drive that for that area. So now nobody to argue with, nobody to talk to. It's just between you and letter. But a number is there in case you want to challenge it. They give you that option. They also put 14 days grace. If you pay early, see the money where you go pay. All of them is there. But what I'm saying, that's a country that works. The system works. Ambulance go, they come for Nigeria. Nobody they come on for road. I day cycle one, the ambulance they come. The driver they say, no, man, this your people not gonna come on for road. Now I tell them, say, what tough? Now your mama where you live for us, now you decide this car, you don't know. Maybe she want to go cook for kitchen and 3, 4 for her head. And then they rush and go hospital. I can't educate that guy, educate. They say, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You don't know. Many of them, they don't know these things.
Yes, it's true.
Because none have handled them with an iron hand.
Even then, there are I remember I said, maybe we do it as a social project in Nigeria. Say a person like somebody like me, I pose as a police officer, dress. but the police go know, say I'm not a. So when I see a car or wave you down a bus, if I check your particulars, it's not complete. I will tell you, do you see your particulars is not complete? And you want, I say, no, I don't need money. Now I give you 2 weeks or 1 week. Go and put your particulars in order. If after 1 week I see you plying here again, then I will then punish you.
Exactly.
You know the person, you know, go believe him. You go tell person say, now wow, do you know that police caught me with my distance, but he said he's giving me warning. Let me, because there's a way you change the mind of the people, and you go say, police say if 1 week I no do them, or you go even tell and say,
Oga CM,
if 4 days, if within 4 days you couldn't change it, come back here and meet me, let me know so that I can extend it for you, but I give you 1 week. You know, the man go say, this person a human being.
Oga CM, I carry pikin for inside car. Now lift, I even carry lift. I carry pikin for inside car, and there's no car seater.
Yes.
This pikin better, no car seater. Police stop us. I tell you now, for UK, police stop us. Upon everything, blah blah blah, I can't beg. I can't tell us, please have a place in your heart to forgive me. You know what the police tell me? He say when they go work, they leave his heart for house. Exact. I say this is about 15 years ago. He say, if I'm going to work, I don't take my heart with me. I leave it at home for me to do my job well. The man give me ticket, boza. So that is what I call iron hand. Now Nigeria man, they beat the wife anyhow, nyaka. Because they may brief food, not quick break and go beat him anyhow, pana beat him. Nothing they happen. Beat your wife for abroad, you go know what it be life. Try him. In fact, even though the woman love you to that extent, no one may you go prison. If neighbor hears see they beat your wife, they will help that woman call police for you. What are we saying? So the country is messed up. So that's why I'm saying that we shouldn't expect a miracle from Peter Obi if by God's grace. Because many of you now with the president to don't go sort out tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe even me myself, who knows? But one thing is sure, Peter Obi will be better than any president we see in the history of Nigeria.
Exactly. At least being clean.
I'm telling you, any president we see in the history of Nigeria, I will criticize him. Many of you might not even like me when I start checkmating him by God's grace. But I will still stand. He will be the best president I've ever happened to Nigeria. Everybody, the only area women, for someone like me, for example, when we go get problem with Mr. Peter Obi, now be forgive. No, don't bring forgiveness into your government, please.
That's true.
No, we don't need forgiveness into your government. Anybody will do something, as long as the law is against it, let everybody face the punishment, including myself. There's nothing like forgive. Forgive of what now?
It's true. Is the law.
And don't also use the law to intimidate people, oppress people. Do it how it is, how they take right time there. Say tomorrow now, Peter Obi can become president. Because they say my elder brother, I forgive this one, I forgive this one. You see, most social media platforms go catch fire. And I tell you, me, I'm not going to take him. No forgiveness.
I don't think he will even do it. He won't even try it. Somebody will not allow person carry him bag for him. Within the try. He said, no. He said, no, you're employed to clean the airport. You're not to carry my bag. You are cheating your employer if you are not doing it. No, he said it. He said, don't you know your employer employed you to do this and not to carry people this bag? Because when doing it, you are cheating him because you are not doing the work for which you are paid.
And you are carrying my bag.
He said, no. Even you come, you could just put the bag behind. He said, no, don't carry my bag. We can greet. He said, because we are not paid to come and be carrying my bag. You go, and I've been telling a number of people, say, go and check my manifesto. I didn't say I promise happiness. If you want happiness, you go to comedian. What I promised was to fix school, fix hospital, roof ahead. Now, you see, it makes you happy, good, but I didn't promise, say, we make people happy. For what? So I don't promise that. If you're annoyed with me, good. All I know is judge me on what I want to do. So
swear, I just pray God help us, because for those of you guys know that I tackle the government all the time, but the people are even worse. I'm telling you, the people are worse. There's a mountain to climb. You know that even me myself, I don't pity for Peter Obi in advance, because walk where they wait for that man, eh?
Too much. To be honest.
Walk where they wait for that man. My God.
Although he's prepared, because he's a person that will be 100% engrossed. You know what he tell Anambra people? When he resume, he said, all the directors, this one got approved, so and one. This one, he said, no. So every morning I will approve it. They say, hey, in that case, you have to treat 150 or more than 105. Peter say, yes. That's, even if it's midnight, I will stay. Bring it. So in other words, although this one has to have ministers, but he is prepared. He's not work shy. So, and he wouldn't have time for frivolities or come and visit and Faso Rock. He give you envelope or all those nonsense. No. Oh, can't. It won't work.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, Black Panther, we are closing now. I don't know why you feel commencing. We want close now. You know, okay. Talk to
where
us.
You go? Where you go? What do you want to do for Nigeria? You don't go the young with us.
I don't tire, my brother. The energy they put every day, not easy, eh?
More keep you company. No, burn the fuel and the money.
I don't tire, my brother. I don't tire. You know.
You are Odogu Malay.
I don't be Odogu. I don't be anything. Just call me my name, my brother. I don't need
you
title.
You get power now. You get power. You there for that place. Where they bomb fuel anyhow. Oh boy, Nigeria is becoming something else.
The situation is terrible, man.
It's terrible now. That is why I told you at the beginning of this struggle. I told you we don't know the mindset of the military. People are thinking that, the generals, look, the generals are out of this stuff. The generals are out. When I talk about the military, I don't talk about the generals. I'm talking about those young guys that are facing the rot in the society as we are facing the rot. An average military man, I watched a video today, an average military man is 10 times angrier than an ordinary Nigerian. Why? Because of the situation in Nigeria. A military man disguised, like the one I watched, a military man disguised as a civilian. His number, his car number was not at the back, but the custom man asked him all the documents. He said he lost one of the plate number. They asked him about all the documents. The man produced everything. They asked him whether this fire extinguisher the man produced. They asked him insurance, the guy produced. The guy, everybody was there. The guy produced everything. At the end of it all, the custom officer said, they are going to seize this paper and they are going to take him to custom. The man just stand in front of the car. He said, if they move, he no go wound na hand. He go take beat all of them. The whole rifle. Then the guy now talk to the guy. The guy now say, okay, what are the reasons why you not going to give me my document? Because I told you I lost the plate number. I fell while I was driving down here. Then they never even talk to the man. One of them just said that the car drive off. Now the man, you know what the guy did? The guy make a phone call to their garrison. For the one they close to them there. They just about 10 of them. You know how I mean now? 10 of them just come. Before they come, they don't drive. Then the man open his boot of his car, very fine Lexus. He now started wearing his military uniform because those people thought he was lying. Started wearing it. When this guy entered his car, he pursued them there. The guy locked down custom office. This thing is for East. He locked down the controller self. The controller run. He was looking for the people. The people disappeared. They had to sneak out paper, the paper give him. He said he will smoke all of them off. Yeah. He has a service rifle. He said, I'm going to smoke them and nothing will happen. He said, are we not in Nigeria? That is to tell you how angry an ordinary military man is. The generals are enjoying, they bought them a lot of things, but we should note this, that we are not the only. Obedience is in everywhere. We have the obedience that are more angrier. These are the military men, more angrier than we. But we are the one that wants to go through due processes. They are waiting. They are waiting for the due process to come. And using this opportunity to talk to the judiciary. The men that you think that are protecting the country, you think that they are from the moon. They are part of the civilians that engage to serve the motherland, wearing the service uniform. But if you think they are not part of Nigeria, you wait and give the wrong judgment. You wait and give the wrong judgment. These are not cops. These are military men in uniform, and they are trained to defend the territory of the country. And you are not making them happy. The joy is gone. The laughter is gone. They cannot even buy fuel to go for their duty. They have to trek too, as we are trekking. Most of them are not supposed to put on their uniform, but because of what it entails, you put on your uniform, you'll be able to get free transportation to the destination. But this time around, the public, they know that every public, they are finding it hard to even buy fuel.
Thank you. Let's take this, my brother. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Just coming in, as you all can see right there, Tinubu files 20 new charges against Emefiele, you know, and they are looking up for him to be charged for life now, you know. So this man, the only thing that will help this man, you see, this same satanic Emefiele now for inside prison now, he go to pray now, maybe Peter will become in now. You see, you know, see life. You see, I they tell you, it's a prayer point now. Maybe that will become in.
What are they charging that man for? Is he working for himself?
Let's read this. Nigerian files 20 new charges against suspended central bank chief Emefiele, who made an unprecedented run for the Nigerian presidency last year, has been held in detention by the secret police since June 10. Nigerian prosecutors have filed a 20-count indictment against suspended and detained central bank governor Emefiele on Tuesday, one of them accusing him of conferring unlawful advantages. A government lawyer says President Bola Tinubu, who has embarked on the boldest reforms in Africa's biggest economy in more than a decade, has launched a probe of the central bank under Emefiele after criticizing its policies at its inauguration in May, especially moves to prop up the naira currency. Then they went on by saying it was not immediately clear what the new charges were, but count documents submitted by the Attorney General office last month showed that Emefiele faced criminal breach of trust, criminal misappropriation of fund charges, amongst others, which carry long jail terms, probably for life. Emefiele, who made an unprecedented run for the Nigerian presidency last year, was suspended by Tinubu on June 9 and has been held in detention by the secret police since June 10. The suspended bank chief pleaded not guilty to charges of possessing a firearm. A judge granted him bail following his plea on July 25th, but he was immediately rearrested. Then, on quote, what Tinubu people want to talk for you with this, they are saying we have filed a matter with comprehensive charges, and we are withdrawing the firearm case at the Federal High Court in Lagos. A government lawyer told the rioters news agency. Emefiele has challenged his detention and filed an application for a bail, but has not publicly commented on the accusation. They went on. He introduced a multiple exchange rate policy to keep the currency artificially strong, which Muhammadu Buhari, Tinubu's predecessor, had viewed as a matter of national pride. Appointed by Buhari for a second 5 years term in 2019, Emefiele was due to retire next year. He was the second longest serving governor of the central bank and oversaw the biggest economic downturn of Africa's largest economy. All right, the plan here now be say, according to the information that is going on right now, Emefiele is going to be sentenced for life, according to the charges they have put it to him. For me, I don't really have anything to say about this man, to be honest, because his prayer will come into power to rescue him. Nothing else. So all of them are satanic.
Mr. Najan, Emefiele has not done anything wrong. When they brought the first charges, did we not say this is a laughing stock? A man of that personality, you said he has gone illegally. What can look? It's becoming a caricatured republic now. You can just wake up one morning, you say you want to press charges. If that charge is not go, you just be like buying me pie and drink soda. You say, okay, that one did not go well. Let's press another charges. If this one not go, let's press another. Is that the way to run? Is that the way to run a judicial system, an attorney general of the federation? Is that the way to run the bar? I think that is why I've been saying all along that Nigeria need a total restructuring, and we need to, even Obi enter to the first day enter, I will start my pressing up for a new constitutional review. A new constitutional review. Let us come together and see. Because if we don't do that, no matter what anybody say to me, no matter the backslide or backbiting, I will stand on my ground, because to build a country, you must set a foundation that we set up the institution that will be strong and rugged. That, like I said before, democracy is corruption. And I say this, without socialism, democracy cannot stand, it will fall. It has been proven in America, it has been proven in so many European countries. That is why I say we need a system. If democracy depends on socialism, then we need a system that will be for us, from us, and will function for us. Because look at your democracy. In the military era, if they want to take you to court, they bring up a charge, they'll press on that charge, they'll go to that, they'll go on, log ahead with that charge, and they'll run a conclusion. If you are to be jailed, you'll be jailed. But not come along and say, I've not seen in the military era where they'll come and say, oh, he's charged for battery. Then tomorrow they'll say, we'll drop that battery. He's charged for homicide. And tomorrow they'll say, no, we'll drop the homicide. What is going on with Nigerian Nigerian leadership? Do they think that what happened in Niger or any other country or Congo or Ivory Coast, do they think it cannot happen in Nigeria? What is their mindset? What is their reasoning? Because I cannot stand and watch people, educated people, come here to backlash us with so many languages and English, and they are not driving to a conclusion that we are running an oligarch system of government. And they would now call it democracy. What has democracy given? What has democracy done for Africa? I want to ask that fundamental question to all the political scientists in Africa. What has democracy done for Africa? What is the developmental standard yardstick to measure how democracy has made Africa so bogusly great? I leave this for the political scientists who can challenge me on this, because I'm putting it forward. I want any of them to come to Nigeria Watch and challenge me that democracy is the right system for Africa. I have my books and I'm going to open it for them and they will run gaga. Because we are standing here, our patriots are bleeding. They are bleeding. Look at the military that we want to take to go and confront a well-trained. You think the German military are not well-trained? They were trained by France. Who trained us? We do this one and say, I dare here. Is that not what they are training? Is that not the people that trained us? So Nigeria need to get it right. This Peter Obi syndrome virus is hitting the entire African race. And this one, now if you look at the map of Africa, Nigeria is the trigger. Nigeria is the trigger. The map of Africa is like a gun. Nigeria is the trigger. So anything that happens to the trigger, it makes the whole body of that gun to have emotion. So the trigger, when the trigger is pumped down, then what happens? The bullet goes out. Now, Nigeria, anything that happens in Nigeria, we affect the entire African race. And Obi syndrome, Obi virus is affecting every African, and most African countries, the military, they are getting a new mindset. Before, the military will take over and they'll do blah, blah, blah. They'll just stay. But now they are having a new mindset that they cannot allow a civilian person to sell their birthright with just a pot of porridge to the Western world. If we don't get it right now, Nigeria will cease to exist. If we don't get it right, judiciary, if you don't get it right, I bet everything that I have, Nigeria will cease to exist. You people think it's a child's play. They are putting down billboard. I just laugh. I expected it for the billboard to come down because I know we are running an oligarch system. For over 30 years of the democracy, we are running an oligarch system. Even this same system, there is no civilian presidency. I bet to be corrected. Go and look at their file and go and look at the way they rule Nigeria. They have behaved like oligarch. They have behaved like India and me. All of them, including Jonathan. Because when you run a system, the judiciary is not running to make sure that things are done well, then you are an oligarch. So my brothers and sisters, we need to keep this fire burning.
Thank you.
We need to see the end of this oligarch. We need to see their end. And we open the ground and put all of them there. I believe that Nigeria should run a system that will say any corrupt person should make to face the death penalty. That is when we'll get Nigeria starting in a very strong platform. We need to mix the system with communist system. We need to mix, like Africa need to be mixed with communist system, so that our brain will be reset and we'll begin to obey the system and be proud of the system. That is what is making China tick now. They are running the system, they are thick, and they are the second largest economy in the world. Yes. And we are here making noise with democracy. That doesn't help us. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Yes,
thank you. Thank you, Black Panther. All right. Mr. Chris, you wanted to come in. You just asked for a link. You have to do that now because I have few minutes left to end this broadcast. If you're coming in, okay, you're already here with us. That's fine. Okay, Mr. Chris, I'm just going to let you talk straight away. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris, for joining us. Good evening to you.
And good evening, George. And good evening, everybody in the panel. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, I can hear you. You said you want to come and beat
Yeah,
Black Panther.
yeah. Yeah, my name is Chris, and I'm speaking from Dublin. Good evening, everybody in the panel. Augustine, and I see you. Good evening. Black Panther, I see you. But now this is your democracy talk. Now make me come join the show, you know. I understand your passion, your zeal, your zest. I understand exactly how you feel. Everybody is feeling the same way. But be that as it may, there's a popular saying that democracy may not give us everything, but without democracy, we may not get anything. So the point is this, we really need to separate the facts. And for the fact that our democracy has not worked for Africa, that doesn't mean that democracy has failed. What has actually failed is the implementation of democracy. You see, and for example, if you have a knife, it is that same knife that a doctor will use to carry out operation and save people. That's the same knife another person will use to injure people. The same thing with a gun. So it's actually what you do with the instrument you have in your hand that matters. And if you take, for example, the basic tenets of democracy is that it has to be the government of the people, for the people, from the people, you see. And also, the other tripod that the democracy stands on is that there has to be separation of powers. You see, and that separation of power, that aspect of democracy, is the aspect that we Africans and other third world countries have been abusing. We have been abusing that particular aspect when the executive lords over the judiciary and the legislature. You can see, for example, the legislature in Nigeria, which is currently led by Akpabio and the other Abbas man, they are under Tinubu's carpet, completely under his carpet, not even on top under his foot, but under his carpet. So if you have that kind of democracy, that will not work. Although we call that democracy, but in the real sense of it, what we are practicing is not actually democracy. So the failure of governance in Africa can never be attributed to democracy, because if you practice democracy properly, you know, you are never ever going to get it wrong. Take, for example, in the United States, you remember how this lady in the House of Rep, Pelosi, what she did to Trump. She dragged Trump and dragged Trump and dragged Trump, and finally the House of Rep, they impeached Trump. There was no interference from the executive. There was no interference from the judiciary. Everybody, they were allowed to do their work. Even when Trump just came in and when he implemented that travel ban, it was just a judge from one of the states, one periphery state, that even delivered judgment and stopped that ban. Why was that able to work? Because democracy was practiced the way it ought to be practiced, excuse me. So the borderline, the summary of all my argument is that if we have not implemented democracy properly and it's not working for us, we cannot attribute that to the failure of democracy. It is the failure of implementation, and it lies in the greed of our leaders. It lies in the greed of all of us. It lies in the emotional aspect, the way we do everything emotionally, because we live the rule of law and we like to run with the rules of emotion. Just like Nigeria was said now.
Can I interject?
Yes, please.
You see, we seem to forget that we are African, and we have never run Africa with a system called democracy. We have run Africa with a system that has worked and has given us peace. And now we are running a system that we think, oh, the system is very sweet. I am living in the people that found the people that created that word democracy itself. And we are saying here it is corrupt. And people out there Africa say, oh, it's not correct, it's the good way. You see, there are some things we won't say here until we have a good fundamental debate on the word democracy. Then we'll start to bring out the flaws of democracy. Because there's no system that doesn't give you a sort of freedom. They might differ, but freedom to exist as a citizen, freedom to do things, to perform excellently well and make a good thing out of yourself, and thereby giving it all out for your country. So what other system? Is it demo? Must we glue with something that we don't know anything about, and will not drive home their postulate and make their postulate so beautiful that their postulate is the way forward to break the barriers of Africa as a whole? The civil war that were happening in entire Africa, it is still this path will be taken that causes it. And now we are still taking the same path. We don't want to postulate something that works for ourselves, but we are still standing our ground that is the freedom of right, freedom to talk. Every freedom has a limitation. If anybody tell you that you have freedom all throughout, it's a lie. That is what they're trying to tell you. Every freedom has a limitation. Thank you.
Okay, and before I respond to you, let me just finish with the example I was trying to make. You know, like I said, I was trying to say that we Africans, we are emotionally charged race. We believe so much in emotion. So I was trying to give the example of Niger Watch, who gave a history of 15 years old when he was stopped by the police. He wanted to appeal to the policeman's emotion, and the policeman told him that he left his heart at home and he's looking at the law. And that's why I've said this several times. You know, in the Supreme Court of Denmark, it is clearly written there, med law skal man land bygge. It simply means it is only with law that you can build a nation. Now, I need to respond to you now. You see, what you have just explained, I completely agree with you, but you have not really tried to separate the issue. What I'm saying is that it is not democracy that's the problem. It is the way we are implementing our own kind of democracy that's the problem. It is the way we are interpreting democracy that's the problem. If you take China, for example, there is this law in China. It's their kind of democracy and it is working for them. There's the people they call the 50 wise men. It is from these 50 people that they always get their president from. So before you even qualify to be the president or prime minister of China, the Chinese premier, you have to be among these 50 people. And these 50 people, before you get there, you must fulfill certain criteria. But do we have that kind of system in our country? The kind of democracy we run, do we have that kind of system? The system we have is completely a lawless system. You can imagine what they are doing with Emefiele when the law, our law clearly states that the final decision that a CBN governor takes rests between the CBN and the president. It's only the president that has the right to control the CBN. And whatever decision the CBN takes, it must be sanctioned by the president. And now they are just dragging Emefiele up and down. And nobody is talking about the president, who even came out on national television to tell the whole world. He was in the UK when he granted that interview to tell the whole world that this Naira policy and everything that Emefiele is doing, the new Naira thing, that he gave him the full authority to do it. Now they are charging him for 20 count charges. And the man that gave the authority is working a free man. Now, talking about African kind of democracy, like the Benin Kingdom, do you know that we also practice democracy? But it's our kind of democracy. It is a law in the Benin Kingdom that when the Oba passes on, the first child automatically takes his place. There's no controversy about that. There's just no controversy about that. And whenever that happens, you can see the transition from one Oba to the other. The people follow the rule. They follow the regulations. It is only when you have one strong man that feels that he's become so wealthy that he's not going to follow that rule. That is when you start having problems. So what we, the Benin, run is a form of democracy. And when the Oba comes in, there's this 7 great Benin family and another 7 families that represent the entirety of the Benin Kingdom, they are all represented there in the palace, like a parliamentary system. That's the system we've been running. That's our kind of democracy. Now, if we import that system to a different culture, and those people in that culture, if they follow that system.
Can I cut you off again?
Yes, please.
You see, there was no time in the history of the Benin Kingdom that we ran democracy. Every African kind of governance was the monarchy system. And the monarchy system fixes the one that will be the executive head of the nation will be transferred from the firstborn to the next born, like what they are doing in London. Then the chiefs are like the parliament under the eye of the monarch. So you see that there was nothing like democracy in Africa. It was a monarchy system, but give the chiefs the right to argue out a law which the Oba were assigned to. And if the chief goes back to their constituency, they see me that it does not really work well because the people are revoking, because the people that makes the Oba, then they will come to the Oba and advise the Oba that the law should be changed. So there was nothing like democracy. It was a system born of monarchy, because monarchy system is a system that Africa gave birth to the world.
Okay, Black Panther, I think where you seem to be missing it is that even in China, there's no democracy. Because what you define as democracy now, I think you are looking at it from the perspective of the Western world. But the point I'm trying to make, you should understand that democracy is any government that is from the people, by the people, and for the people qualifies as democracy. So that is why I said the Chinese kind of democracy, which doesn't necessarily have to be the Western kind of democracy.
We have 20 minutes to round up this show. So the 20 minutes, you guys can share it amongst yourself. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. And so the kind of democracy, okay, let me use your word now so that maybe to get a better clarity. The system, it is the system that work for us. The monarchical system that work for Africa. The point is that it is because Africa, we followed that system, that monarchical system. I don't want to use democracy again. That is why it worked for us. The Chinese people, they followed their own kind of socialist communist system, and it worked for them. The West, they followed their kind of democracy, and it worked from them. Now, the point I'm making is that if you import any of this system and you apply that system the way it ought to be applied, it will work for you. It is the law of nature. You see, anywhere, I think CM is a chemist, he's talking about chemistry. Anytime you mix oxygen and hydrogen together under standard temperature and pressure, you will always get water. It has to be H2O. Their laws are bound like that. CN has talked about the catalyst principle, Gay-Lussac's law, which, you see, these are principles. That is how they work. The point I'm just making is that if you take any system and apply it properly, the way that system is meant to work, that system will work. So I'm trying to avoid the word democracy now. So if you still take that system that they use in the West, which we call democracy, if we apply it the way they apply it themselves, it will work. And nothing stops us from kind of managing that system, fine-tuning that system according to our own customs and tradition, according to the kind of people we are. You can imagine.
Doctor, I want to interject again. You see, what you don't really know, you were saying Africa, you were talking about Africans are different. What you really don't know is that the mental capacity of different races are different. You see, democracy is a process, it's a long process. And it allows room for some kind of laxity and allow room for some kind of perpetration of crime to continue for a long time.
You see, Africa is not used to that. An average African man is built in a way because every race has its own mindset and mental capacity. Forget about religion.
Okay.
Every race
Black
is born with their own capacity. And there are all kind of things that it's just like you want to take malaria medicine now. If you bring it to this white man, they take it, it might have an effect in their own system. But if we take our own malaria drug, it works fine for us.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I get the point you are making, but I think you really need to understand what I'm saying. I understand you when you talked about Africa, democracy gives room for laxity, it takes time to work. It still boils down to the same thing. It still boils down to the same thing. It is not the fault of democracy. That is just the point I'm making. I'm not saying democracy is the best government for Africa. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it is the implementation. There's no way, there's no conviction that will make me believe that democracy is the problem. No, it is the implementation of democracy that is the problem. If we follow the rules, the way democracy states, the dictates of democracy, we will never get it wrong. There may be skirmishes left, right, and center. No system is 100% perfect, but the system will keep correcting itself. And democracy does not strive on big men. Democracy strives on institutions. That was why even Trump, as a sitting president, he was being investigated left, right, and center by the institutions that has been built.
Sorry. Since we have a short time left,
yeah.
I know two of you are really listening to, but because you mentioned Trump, is it true that Trump is warming up for next year on our way to the US? How genuine, how true is it? Is it authentic?
Yes, he's warming for next. He's warming for next year, and democracy allows even criminals to run for election. That is why you see they cannot touch this man that is in power now.
Okay. As it is, do you think from your feelers, although it may be too early, do you think Americans will really give him another chance?
They won't, because of the level of education. They won't.
In my view, I think what the Democrats, they are just trying to do is that they know the Trump phenomenon. They know is a force to reckon with. So that is why they are trying to slam him.
He said Trump is a force to reckon with.
Yes, they know that. That is why they are trying to slam him with all form of charges to try and rubbish him as much as possible.
Does it mean the Americans like him also? Well, not really like, at least.
Now, on record, Mr. CJN, do you know that Trump had more votes than Barack Obama?
Really? To win?
Even the election Trump lost to Biden, he had more votes than Barack Obama. So it speaks volume. Even with all his nastiness and everything, it speaks volume.
Okay, but let's
forget about. You know why?
In terms of performance, because I know America is already developed. So unlike us, go say I tar road, I give water, I do this. So in terms of bread and butter issue, America is out. But on the balance, like job loss, job gain, all this,
exactly.
Did Trump perform?
If we come there, if we come to that, the indices, all the economic indices.
Sorry. Why I'm asking this is because there must be a reason why America is a developed country and they're advanced in terms of.
I can answer that question.
It's the problem is his vulgarness, the way he talks, the way he just run down people, talks down on races, and because if you look at all the economic indices, he actually performed. He actually performed. You can say the
where do you stay? Where do you stay?
You can see
Mr. Where do you stay? Where do you stay?
Black Panther.
I'm talking from Dublin.
You see, when you speak, you are not. You know that for my house. You tell me save my food, the bitter. You see, that is what I don't like.
Black Panther is this kind of argument. If you talk like that, so it means also you are not qualified to also talk about things that are happening in Russia, in Rwanda, in Ghana, in Niger Republic. if you come with that
See,
argument,
when you know why I came with that argument, I can come with that argument. You cannot logically push me out.
I'm not pushing it out. I'm not pushing you out, but it's on
Black
record.
Panther answer. Let Black Panther answer.
Okay.
Maybe he had. He should know the indices.
Okay.
You see, this time that we have for this, you might not be able to understand it very well. But I hope Sanaja will give us time, or by tomorrow, I will bring this topic out. We will really go at length, and I will bring it out, and I will voice it out so that every other person, Americans, that can join me and look at my facts and my indices and debunk it. So that will be better, because I don't want to speak on this premises whereby we're going round. You get me?
What is your summary? What is your summary then? Even if you say it didn't perform, at least before we look for evidence, wait for evidence tomorrow where you go bring. But what is your, did he perform or didn't perform? It doesn't. We are not debating it.
When he came in, all the structures that will drive home this same democracy, that will make it thick, like all the standard they put in place so that when in the production sector, the standard they put, it broke all. It brought it down and used executive order to cancel everything. So they can produce anything without standard, and it will affect the people, thereby the medical businesses will boom. He broke all. In the environmental standard, he broke it. He canceled a lot of jobs were being lost. The highest now is this man that is in power now, where the highest ever rating is this guy in terms of job. He has created more job, the tax, the more money for the government, because more people put into the workforce, more money for the government. So his rating was low. Forget about all this book crap, all those stuff. He stood under the premises of me and the white person and the black. That is what he used to galvanize this kind of society. And you know those kind of things with the anger, because they excel well, because we would excel and would bring more postulate, that thing that will drive the economy very well. They are angry. That is why he used that as an advantage, because he said one thing. He said the laws are made, but the laws are made for us to bypass. If you can bypass the law, there's no crime. He said it. He said if you can bypass the law, it's not a crime.
But without him saying it, that is if you bypass it and you were not caught, and you weren't caught. That is when you will fail.
You see, the law will caught up with you. But
let me quickly come in. I don't want.
How is Trump different from Tinubu? Because
there's no difference. The different. You say this one goes to, this one not goes to.
Well, Black Panther.
This one may end up. This one may end up in jail. The other one may not go to jail, Abi.
Trump do forgery.
Now. You know, do any forgery.
All right. Do you guys need more time? Because I need to round up now.
Okay.
Do you guys need more time?
One more hour. So that if
one more hour.
I wanted to listen to Black Panther since he didn't come so early today. I don't know why.
Okay. 1 more hour. Give us a mandate just coming in now.
Upon say I was quoting his template for.
Let me end this broadcast. 1 hour is good for you guys. Sorry about that. Give us a mandate for interjecting you. Let me quickly appreciate some people that supported me today. Chika, thank you very much. Amaka Fojabi, Martin Benjamin, thank you very much. Chris Wango, thank you. Peggy Modi, thank you. Bellam Naomi, Alexander Gomez, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Hello, thank you very much. Edo Livewash, thank you very much. Annabella Naomi and George Bluechild. And God bless every one of you. And those of you in the comment section, thank you very much. I can see you all right there. American Black, I can see you right there. Thank you. Ronke, thank you very much. You're still with us there. Thank you very much for coming in today. We are looking forward to having you again on the panel. Madam Rita, I can see you right there. Thank you very much. Tony Africa, Fumi O, We are still here. We are still here for the next 1 hour or so. So you guys stay with us. Thank you very much, many people. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy. We appreciate you always, always. Maka Fojabi, Eyes on Eternity, and many, many, many more. Please, guys, stay with us as we do this transaction changeover for Nigeria. When I know what they call changeover for Nigeria.
Generator. Generator, NEPA.
The bill light, you go do change over to either to generator or to NEPA.
Some people where NEPA day, some people go write idiots.
All right, guys. I'll just quickly go on this break. When I come back, then I'll let you guys start talking in the next 1 hour or so when you guys want. Thank you, and God and go bless every one of you right there.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that holds my life.